they were toddlers, did you just fill their bottles with Dr. Pepsi and be like, it's so hard to read the parenting manuals. Maybe we'll just wing it. I'm sure it won't cause any problems if we let our kids watch television for 8 hours a day. So, back in my day, we didn't have car seats. Let's just let them roll around in the front seat. I'm sure if we crash, that's how they learn. Seriously, parents, look in the mirror. Look at the...
Don't yell at me, but I'm going to stop your monologue. I promise you'll get a good grade.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to take this off now, and I'm going to officially be Mrs. Gaydon again. It is a whole series of monologues. There's lots of fun stories woven in. These incredible students are just a small bit of the students that have come together to do this 8th grade advanced drama class. And last year, our 8th grade advanced drama class partnered with our 8th grade advanced art class because we are both a CTE class, which is our career technical education. And so thanks to CTE, we take a field trip, the art and drama classes in 8th grade, the 2 advanced classes, and we go to Meow Wolf in Denver. Which is, if you've never been, I highly recommend it. It's an incredible, immersive, engaging, all-in art experience. So we went and we take our students and they get to go and take a full day field trip to Denver. They get to tour through this incredible, like where there's huge trees and whole different worlds and amazing storylines underneath it. And they get to experience this. And the art students and the drama students come together then to create our own little immersive art experience within North Middle School. We have incredible administration there that allows us to take over a room and make it into our own crazy little thing. So this year's theme was an alien circus. So that's why we have all of our crazy costumes. Some of my students met me at the Arc on a Sunday and we went costume shopping. And they are taking over this space at North Middle School to make it into this incredibly cool, all-in alien circus event. So next Tuesday we will have a night open to the public where the public gets to come in and tour this really cool thing that these guys have done. Art students, wave for me. We've got some pictures out there and some blacklit sculptures that are just like this much of what we're pulling together for that night. And then we are doing the monologue show to go with that so that my brilliant and talented 8th graders get one last chance to shine on stage before we send them off to high school. So I think that's all that we have for you. We're hoping to have, can I say this?
Yep, that's fine.
Palmer High School, they're Sean Wybrant's back here. He's incredible. His students are going to come in and do a virtual reality experience of
May 8th, 2024 to order at 4:01 p.m. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus.
Director Bankus is running a few minutes late. She'll be joining us soon.
Director Carey.
Here.
Director Hafley.
Here.
Director Jorgensen.
Here.
Director Malpacum.
Here.
Director Nelson. Here. Director Ott.
here.
We have 6 board members in attendance here, and Director Bankus will be joining us momentarily. Please join me as we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Director Jorgensen, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Carey,
Aye.
Director Hafley,
Aye.
Director Jorgensen,
Aye.
Director Malpacum,
Aye.
Director Nelson,
Aye.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted as presented. We do have executive session for roughly 90 minutes. Director Nelson, can you please make the motion to move into executive session?
I move that the Board of Education convenes into executive session to discuss legal advice per CRS 24-6402 4B, particular matter interest-based bargaining IBB with Colorado Springs Education Association, and to meet and confer with educational support for professionals and executive professional employees. Negotiations per CRS 24-6402 4E, particular matter interest-based bargaining IBB with Colorado Springs Education Association, meet and confer with educational support professionals and executive professional employees.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Carey,
Aye.
Director Hafley,
Aye.
Director Jorgensen,
Aye.
Director Malpacum,
Aye.
Director Nelson,
Aye.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. We will enter into executive session and reconvene for the regular meeting at approximately 5:30 p.m. Thank you. So that means
See you there.
I know. You know, I sneak here outside everywhere. These for students. My son picked up this last week. Violin. That was that was highlighted. That one was highlighted. Yes, yes. Hey. It was very well coordinated.
Okay, let's get started. Director Art. Good evening. Thank you for your patience as we start our regular board meeting. Earlier this afternoon, the board adopted the agenda as presented. We have returned from executive session and there is no need to modify the agenda. And I want to start by acknowledging the North Middle School Advanced Art and Drama Club. Are you guys here? Would you like come forward up here? That's awesome. Man, you come in costume and completely prepared, and I like your cool glasses up there. So we missed your performance, what you guys had up here, but I'm sure the audience appreciated it. Thank you. Could the audience give them a round of applause again? Ms. Gaydon, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. Would you want to come up to the microphone and share a word or two about what you do at North and your drama club program and what your students have been doing this past year?
I'd love to. I do need to tell you, I'm a little short.
You can pull it up. Yeah, there you go. And is that
I'm really loud, so I'm not always used to microphones, so I'll try not to blast you out. This is the North 8th grade advanced drama class and the 8th grade advanced art class. We are both departments are CTE. So at the beginning of the school year, we take a fabulous field trip to Meow Wolf and Denver. And we get to tour through that incredible immersive art experience. And then these two classes, the advanced art and advanced drama, work together to create our own immersive art experience within North. Our administration is incredible and is supportive, and they allow us to do this amazing sort of set design art project that we would absolutely invite you to come tour. Next week will be done as of Wednesday morning. And we do have a play that goes with it on a Tuesday night that is in a really funny monologue showcase, which is what these students did as little bits of their monologue to entertain. So it's an incredible group and part of our amazing, cool curriculum at North. So thanks so much for having us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And hang on a minute. If the students could hang on a minute for 1 minute and come back here, and this is kind of impromptu, would the students lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Now, I'm going.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is awards and recognitions. Superintendent Gall, I'm going to turn that over to you.
It's always a chance to turn the microphone on. It's always exciting to celebrate our students' success. You can see we got a pretty big stack here. As soon as Melissa starts reading, I think we're going to start off with our FCCLA award winners. If they want to start making their way in, and their adult teacher representation that's here with them as well.
FCCLA, or Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, is a national career and technical student organization for middle and high school students established in 1945. It's integrated into our family and consumer science programs at Holmes Middle School, Coronado, Doherty, Palmer, and Odyssey Echo High Schools. On April 4th through 6th, 65 District 11 FCCLA members and their advisors attended the Colorado FCCLA State Leadership Conference in Denver. Students participated in competitions, recognition events, and leadership development activities. Students competed in various events including traffic safety, nutrition and wellness, culinary arts, hospitality, fashion and interior design, teaching and advocacy. Notably, 31 District 11 students qualified for the National Leadership Conference in Seattle, Washington this summer. To qualify for nationals, students must place first or second in their respective event and level and score an 80 or higher on the rubric. Tonight, we honor students and their advisors for their hard work and achievements at the FCCLA Leadership Conference.
Awesome. Big round of applause. We're going to take the time to give each one of them their certificate. So between 3 adults and 700 kids, it ought to take about 2 minutes. Kenna from Coronado.
Eliana.
Sam.
Cora.
David.
Sarah.
You guys are kind of in order. This is awesome. Jet. I know Jet. Where's Jet?
Amaya.
Ava, also not here because Jet's not here. Haley.
Evelyn.
Sam, you're in charge. You're in the district in the morning. Go home, Josie White.
There happens to be a soccer championship.
It's awesome. Go soccer. Berkeley. You will, even better. W award. You did twice as good. Madison. Yeah. Andrea, I'm going to ask for a high school and a middle school student to speak. You got them. Jude. Chelsea. Anybody standing here not get their certificate? You did not. So the good news is you got your friends.
Yours was Reagan? Yeah. It was oh wait, no, sorry, I already got mine.
Okay.
Never mind. I completely forgot.
Does the microphone work? Hello.
Okay, great. So Andrea, you're going to take charge. You want to tell everybody a little bit about what's going on, and then we'd love to hear from 2 students.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for recognizing the District 11 Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. Students who have placed first at our state competition, and many of them who are also going to be competing at nationals. And in addition, we have our state officer here with us tonight from Odyssey and her red blazer. And so these students do many events where they're able to apply their family and consumer science skills in their competitive events. And so we're just really proud of them. They've also won chapter awards in traffic safety and, or just traffic safety this year? Traffic safety?
In whatever sentence you say.
Yes, thank you. All right, so we're going to start with our middle school speaker. If you're ready. Go ahead and introduce yourself and then tell us about FCCLA.
Hello, my name is Eliana, and this is Anoy Peterson. Today, we are honored to share you our story about our project, Driving Towards Safety. FCCLA, standing for Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, is a student organization that empowers students to develop their leadership and personal growth. FCCLA, every year, we go to nationals. This year, our national competition will be taking place in Seattle. Every year, each of our members create and present a project that can fit into one of over 50 competitive events. When I first joined FCCLA in 2022, I had no idea I'd be standing here today. What started as a way to be involved with the school has transformed into an incredible journey filled with life-changing experiences. Throughout the past 2 years, FCCLA has taught me real-life skills such as leadership, discipline, and learning to try new things. This year, Anaya Peterson and I partnered up to create our project titled Driving Towards Safety.
Driving Towards Safety aligns with the national program competitive event, FACTS. FACTS, standing for Families Acting for Community Traffic Safety, is one of 9 national programs that aims to help students develop real-world skills. This project could not have been done without the collaborative effort of our amazing chapter from Holmes Middle School. Throughout the past few months, we have conducted road safety assessments that would then be used to advocate for the installation of road safety. Throughout February and March, I collaborated with the district safety and management team to develop the proposal of road safety installations at Holmes Middle School. On April 4th, the board members had a meeting with the district and city officials of City Traffic Engineering. The meeting was a success. The approval of the installation of crosswalks and other safety features at Coronado and Holmes Middle School were approved. One of the main aspects of Driving Towards Safety is teaching younger generations of what it means to be safe. My thanks goes to Anaya Peterson, who has spearheaded this initiative.
Me and my partner, Eliana, took the opportunity to teach to Mrs. Cox's 3rd grade class at Chipeta Elementary School. Over the course of 3 days, we taught about what car crashes are, why they happen, and ways to stay safe on the road. We then ended with a road safety trivia game and a survey to review what we'd learned.
Having the opportunity to collaborate with others just as passionate as we are has been an absolute privilege. My thanks goes to Ms. Odom, Mr. Gall, and other people, a part of the district board members who have taken a part of this project.
And now we're going to hear from one of our high school students briefly.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony Bruszewski, and I'm a junior at Odyssey Echo. Through FCCLA, I've had the opportunity to go to nationals last year and then the state conference this year. And winning gold, I was able to now go to the national conference this summer in Seattle, Washington. I'm a ProStart student, and so that's kind of helped me build my confidence in order to go, succeed in the FCCLA culinary event. And I enjoy FCCLA because it's given me a lot of industry connections to help, in my future. And it's also helped me build my leadership skills as well.
Awesome. Great. Thanks. Okay, you guys are good. All right, it'll take a while for them to walk out, so let's keep clapping on the way out. Great job. Awesome job. Thank you. Awesome. You did a great job. It was awesome. Thanks. Thanks. Good to see you again. Okay. Great. All right. Keeping on with awards and recognitions.
4 Colorado Springs District 11 students participated in the Colorado Science and Engineering Fair in Fort Collins in April. Under the direction of Nathaniel Lohman, Palmer High School science teacher, and Aaron Tanner, North Middle School science teacher, the following students achieved first, second, or third place. That's all I got. Thank you.
Great. Can we get those science students if they're here? And I know I saw Nathaniel here. Okay, great. It's just it's a one way in, one way out. It's a great problem to have, too many students in the hallway at once. Feels like Palmer High School. All right, awesome. Come on up. Round of applause for our science winners. Nathaniel, you want to give a word to everybody about our winners here?
Well, I wasn't expecting this. Over here on the end, we have Natalie Murrow. She is, her project is out in the hall. She was investigating electrical generators that take waves and create electricity from them. This is the second year of her project, and she is actually heading to Los Angeles on Sunday to represent the state of Colorado at the International Science Fair. And we have Vivian from North Middle School. Her project had to do with planaria, which are tiny little, help me out, worm-like creatures. I'm sorry, flatworms. And she was investigating the memory of these flatworms. Yeah, super exciting. And then we have Julia. Julia investigated how do you wash strawberries to make them last the longest. The three of them represented Colorado Springs and District 11 up at the State Science Fair and did extremely well. And then right here on the end, we have Rocco from, what elementary school do you go to, bud? Stratton Elementary School. And Rocco invented, get this, he invented a vacuum cleaner that his dog likes.
Not really a vacuum cleaner, but something you attach to the vacuum cleaner.
Can I get one of my high school students to say just a couple of words?
Yes. Okay. What do you want me to talk?
Just tell everybody about what it means to be able to compete at a national level for science.
Okay, so my name is Natalie Miro. I am a sophomore at Palmer High School, and this year I have the opportunity to go present in Los Angeles for the International Science Fair. This is really exciting and special for me because when I'm there, I'll be able to meet people from around the world who have taken science as their passion and have spent the previous year's lifetime working on this project. And they all get to go and present it, and we get to hear what each other have been working on. So, yes, it's very exciting.
It's very exciting. Big cheer for Rock. And behind the scenes, I want to just acknowledge Parent Voice. We had a parent reach out to us to let us know that Nathaniel was not on the list to go support at Nationals, and now he is. I imagine you're leaving and managing your schedule that way. But if you let us know what's not working and what makes sense, it just makes sense. How are we not sending the sponsor and the mentor along with the incredible opportunity for our students to compete? So awesome for everybody. Thanks. Okay, you guys are out. And now we're going to get some artistes from Coronado. Are they in the room yet? Or do I have to do a little dance?
Scholastic Awards State Art Competition. The Scholastic Art and Writing Awards were founded in 1923, making it the longest running and most prestigious art competition in the country. Each year there's a call for entries for each state, and the Gold Key winners are juried for the National Exhibition in New York. The Colorado Art Awards adjudicates creative works from among the best artists and writers from around the state. Jurors look for works based on originality, artistic skill, and the emergence of a personal voice or vision.
And we have with us Devin Foos?
No, Wendy.
Foos.
I'm Wendy.
You're Wendy. So I'm combining two names. Wendy Foos and Devin Bignell. Awesome. Can only be one more. Or not. We don't have one for Wendy, because Wendy, you're the teacher. You want to tell us a little bit about Devin's work, and then Devin, you're going to get to share real quick.
Well, I'm really proud of Devin because this is his, throughout high school, he's entered this competition, and so this is his fourth. He's won 4 awards, so he has 2 Gold Key awards and 2 Silver Key awards. Just recently, he also received the Dorian DeLong Art and Music Scholarship, so he'll be studying art in college, which is exciting.
Great. Where are you going to college?
Colorado State University in Fort Collins.
CSU Fort Collins. Anything you would say to young aspiring artists in our system, maybe elementary or middle school students?
Just keep making art. Don't ever stop.
Thank you. Thanks, Devin. Thanks, man. That's it. Okay, and that's it for awards and recognition. No, wait. Oh, and we're going to clean up the ones of the folks that weren't able to be here.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall, and congratulations to all the students and the winners up there. So, the next item on the agenda is program spotlight, and we are going to highlight the. Oh, we do have one set of.
Yeah, I'm leaving with a stack in my hand, and I'm looking at KC in the front, who's giving me the eyeballs, and I got all my percussion mates who helped teach me some things at Palmer. Thank you for recognizing Melissa. Why don't you go ahead and read, so I stop blabbing.
Palmer Winter Percussion, second place at state competition. Palmer Winter Percussion came home with a silver medal from state finals competition on April 13th. Their show was called When Monkeys Fly, that earned them a final score of 70.95 in Scholastic Standstill Regional A classification. Congratulations on a great season. Here's looking forward to the many more in the future as the program continues to grow. Winter Percussion Competition is hosted by Rocky Mountain Percussion Association. The mission of RMPA is to provide a competitive and educational performance outlet for Colorado indoor percussion ensembles with the continual goal of enriching the lives of young performers.
Desmond and Sophie. Okay, awesome. Okay, Casey, you get to say a couple of words, and I'm just going to prep it because I know I saw your mom here earlier. And Mother's Day is on Sunday, so somewhere in your comments about these incredible musicians, you should be thanking your mom.
Got it. Thanks, Mom. Well, we're making a habit of being here and creating excellence in the arts in Palmer High School, so that's really cool. Thanks for having us again. This is the indoor percussion group. The short brief things that I'll say is they took having no group last year into taking second at state this year. They believed in having the ensemble. They worked hard. They showed up to rehearsals. They knew what they've done to inform kind of like how they would move forward having an ensemble. So they've worked really hard. I'm really proud of them. And then just like last time I was here, it wasn't all me. This is Antonio Lozano. He was the percussion director, as well as Dryden Hill, who's not here with us today. So give it up for them.
What's that? I think you get the word.
Hi everyone, I'm Zodi. I'm a section leader at Palmer. I've had an amazing opportunity to be able to lead this amazing group, minus a few people who aren't here. This season has been really fun and really entertaining. Everyone's put in so much hard work this season, and it's been an amazing season. So thank all of you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Have a great year. Anybody graduating in 2 weeks? No, not yet. Do you want to graduate in 2 weeks? No. Okay, you're good. So none of them are graduating, so this is a return group for next year.
Thank you. Moving on now to the next item on the agenda, which is the program spotlight, and we have D11 Student Apprentice Program up here as the spotlight. Superintendent Gall, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, if I can get Melissa and anyone else there. You're going to drive the show from here, Melissa? You are. Okay. It happens to be Colorado or at National Youth Apprenticeship Week. I had the good fortune this morning of speaking in front of a group at our Wasson campus that included folks from out of state to see the incredible things that are happening in Colorado, as well as specifically what's happening here in the Colorado Springs School District 11. This is a super exciting time. You can see hanging on the front of my podium is our Future Centers shirt, and you're going to be introduced to our CTE apprenticeship shirt here in a second. The Future Centers and the apprenticeships are kind of one and the same. this idea of how it is that we find what our kids love and how it is that we get them access to the things that they love. And you just saw about 35 or 40 students in a variety of different mediums show you their expression and their commitment to lifelong learning. That's the commitment of District 11, and I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to tell us about our specific D11 apprenticeship program.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Gall and Board of Education. My name is Melissa Smith, and I am the Work-Based Learning Coordinator for the district. I absolutely love my job. I know I have the best job in the district because I get to work with students and help them connect with their learning in their classrooms to real-world experiences. By doing this, I'm also increasing the workforce with students who have experiences and who are excited about their future occupation. As you can see on this chart on the left-hand side of this slide, the work-based learning continuum is designed so as an advanced career and technical education student moves through the continuum throughout their experiences during their education, their experiences become more intense and involved. A student starts out by taking a pathways course, then a job shadow, then having an internship, which can lead to a possible apprenticeship. An apprenticeship is a commitment not only for the student, but also for their employer. The apprenticeship experience is a minimum of 2 years or 2,000 hours and a continuation of school or additional training. Like Mr. Gall has stated, this week is the first annual National Youth Apprenticeship Week. I am pleased and excited to introduce to you the first ever Colorado Springs D11 apprentices. The creation of these apprenticeships have been made through the partnership with CareerWise. We are the first school district in the Pikes Peak region who have invested in their own students by hiring them as apprentices within our own system. When our students complete their 2 years or 2,000 hour apprenticeship, they will have earned a certification indicating that they have met all of the requirements for a federally registered apprenticeship program, with the exception of our 2 students who are working at facilities, because their apprenticeship requires a higher threshold. However, their 2,000 hours will count towards their skilled trades training and license in the future. Tonight, you will hear from our 9 D11 apprentices who are placed in 4 different departments and divisions within D11 with 6 very different, unique opportunities for our students. The first student I would like to introduce is Derek Grant. Unfortunately, Derek had an accident, so he is out with the police right now, but I will introduce him. He is our apprentice in our video production, and he is in the Office of Engagement, and so he works very closely with that team, Justin Crosby and Derek Fisher, and so even on board meetings, they are behind the scenes running the board meetings for us. So hopefully you will see his face pop in here in a second, but the next person I would like to introduce is Connor Strange.
Hello, esteemed board members. I hope my hair looks good. I'm Connor Strange, and I am the social media apprenticeship with the D11 Office of Engagement. Being an apprentice has been such an awesome opportunity. I'm doing something I love, and I'm getting paid for it. Yes. And it's just so far, I've just learned so much, and I've been able to do things that I find interesting in my personal life and get paid to do it. So it's been a super cool opportunity. I recently just applied for the YDA, which is the Youth Documentary Academy, and I put down this job as something in my application, and they were really impressed by it, and so that actually helped me get the position in the Youth Documentary Academy, and so I'll be doing that this summer as well. But thank you for this opportunity.
Ruben Martinez is one of our DSTs who works here at Central Office with the IT department and also at the Wasson campus. He is sick this evening, and so he is not able to be here, but definitely wanted to represent him and all of his hard work. So the next student I want to introduce is Brandon.
Good evening to everyone who's here. I'm a little nervous, so hopefully I do this right. But I just wanted to say that the apprenticeship has really helped me out, having like a good experience, knowing how to do things. And I've just like been becoming a better person by getting like more knowledge from things that I've been doing. And yeah, that's all I have to say, really.
Hello, I'm Jonathan. I'm a DST apprentice. This apprenticeship has granted me the opportunity to talk with students and staff, helping with their technology issues, learning more about the job, about my knowledge, helping with technology, working with technology. It's a thing I love. Coming into this apprenticeship, my experience, I make games in my free time, and I also help other people, like my peers or at home, my family, with their technology. And yeah, what I've learned is the workforce, learning in the workforce, getting a job, managing a schedule, and learning how D11 can really incorporate their technology in learning. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Hey guys, what a horrible picture of me. Jeez. So I'm the plumber. My name is Josiah Ellenboss. The reason why I like plumbing is just it's I don't know, it's nice. No, and I mean if you ask anybody, anyone will tell you any other trade than plumbing is a good trade, but plumbing is probably the #1 trade out there. So if you want to do a trade, plumb, because it's good. It's better. It's better than everything. I wasn't really prepared for this, so I'm sorry, guys. Yeah. Yeah.
Great.
Hello, I just want to say I think this apprenticeship program is really great, especially for people who don't want to take the college route, and this provides a better gateway to people who want to do more hands-on trades. Oh, sorry, I'm from the I'm doing from the electrical shop apprenticeship, and you know, those are trades that you need every day-to-day life, like these lights. You know, you need more people in this field because. I don't know if you have electricians as friends or anything. You also hear that there's nobody like in that trade. So I think this is a very good opportunity to provide for that. You know, even if somebody goes through this apprenticeship and doesn't necessarily do the job, they still at least know some skills they picked up along the way, because I have to thank my mentors from the facilities, and I think this is a really great program, and I think this should be definitely a thing that stays consistent if it can.
Good evening, my name is Camila, and I'm a language interpreter, and I work mainly at Wilson Elementary. My experience has been good so far. Everyone treats you with respect, and everybody treats you as if you're not like a student that's working. They treat you like an adult, basically. And you learn a lot about other cultures and like information about like languages, because Spanish, well, that's what I like speak. Yeah, Spanish has like a lot of countries and everything, and not all of them speak the same like dialogue, language, and something. So just learning about everybody's culture is really cool. And what I would tell other students that want to be an apprentice, I would just say go for it. It's like really fun. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Cassandra. As you can tell, I'm a D11 apprentice. Just like her, I am a language interpreter at Mitchell High School. My experience so far at Mitchell High School is really fun. I have been in Mitchell High School before. to do your RTC, really fun program. People treat me with respect. I only have fun things to say about that school. It's really fun. I know people there, so I'm glad I'm glad they decided to put me there, and they really do need the help there since Mitchell High School is a school that is like, I would say 80% Hispanic, so they really do need my help. So I'm so glad to help. Thank you.
Aren't our students amazing? I'm so happy for them and their experiences that they have had. I must do a shout out to all of these individuals who are listed on this slide, and many of them are here in the audience today. These are all of the D11 staff members that have supported and continue to support our apprentices. This could not be possible without this small army of individuals. If you look at the list, we have over 15 staff members in 7 different departments, and it took us over a year and a half to accomplish this, but what a great achievement that we have had to give back to our students. These individuals are willing and eager to mentor these students and provide them with hands-on real-world experiences. We are excited to continue to increase our apprentices for next school year, and we're looking at the departments of capital programs, grants, and title. People often tell me, Melissa, you changed a student's life, and I must correct them and say, no, I changed generations. I truly believe that through work-based learning experiences, we are changing generations one student at a time. Thank you so much for your time this evening, and do you have any questions for myself or any of our fabulous apprentices?
And I'm just going to finish on the brag while you line up the questions. The backside of this story is Dr. Mendelsberg and team came with the idea of how do we actually bring in this idea of paid internships. So we went out with great naivety and said, okay, local community, who will take on our students and help pay them to graduate? And we got a giant zero from the local economy. And so then we did what we always do in District 11, and we solved our own problem. And we said, boy, we're short of high qualified staff. How is it that we actually bring our students in to a space that is part of their interest, part of their area of study, and potentially part of the space that they grow and become a part of our local community? And so this is 9. We will double this next year, and then we will double it again to get to 50. And Brandon will nod over there and be like, 50. The goal is I would like 10% of seniors to be able to think that they're going to have a paid apprenticeship. So that means we'd love to be able to grow this to 100 plus, where part of getting a peak experience in District 11 will be that we pay you to graduate. These kids are getting paid to graduate, and they're on time, they're doing their homework, nobody's got their cell phone out, nobody's misbehaving. So when we think about how that we tackle the sanctity of the learning environment, let's first and foremost make sure that our children are engaged in the things that they are interested in, and this you are seen as a prime example. So only 9, would have been great if we had 11. We'll get it to be 11 by the time we're done talking here. I want to thank Melissa and open it up for questions.
Board, any comments or questions? Director Banks.
Thank you to you and to all who are involved in this great program and bringing it to District 11 and opening up the doors for our students to grow into a career field. And as you very well stated earlier, try it. And if you find out that this is not what you want, look at all the skills. And as somebody who just paid a lot of money for electrical work in my house, if you don't pursue that as a career, you know that when you grow up and you have your own house, you can fix your own electrical stuff and save hundreds, if not thousands. So thank you for all that you do and all of the trades that you are participating in. And thank you to all the adults who supported this and making sure that these students have quality time and learning quality skills so that they can finish their high school experience and go out into the community and be independent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said, Director Bankus. Director Art.
Thank you. Welcome to all of the apprentices here today, and thanks for the ongoing National Youth Apprenticeship Week activities. Can you just let folks know who might be listening or students who would be interested how they can participate in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. We there's two different avenues. Internally in D11, we will be posting, and I send out information through our counseling department, our career and technical education teachers, as well as through our SMORE, or a newsletter that we send out bi-weekly with work-based learning opportunities that are available for parents and staff emails. So if you're interested in that, that is where we post. And I go and I talk to the different chiefs here in the district, and then they tell me who their supervisors are going to be, and then their supervisors conduct an interview and select which students that they would like. So that's the D11 internal apprentices that we have. We also have a great opportunity to partner with the Department of Labor, and we have the only 2 grant positions in the state of Colorado, and we have Debbie Shackleford, who is with the Department of Labor and is lent to us in D11 to help grow apprentices throughout the community. And so she is available to come to classrooms and talk to students, to future centers. She's willing to talk individually to students and parents. And so if a student is willing or wanting to do an apprenticeship outside of D11, we have her and her expertise and her team with the Department of Labor to grow apprentices bigger in El Paso County.
Thank you. I appreciate you and the students being here and talking to us and providing a little bit more information on it. Such a wonderful opportunity for our students to explore career opportunities, and the board was thrilled to set aside some funds to support this program. And if this is going to grow into 100 students, like what Superintendent Gall is talking about, we'll be excited to consider that opportunity too in the future. And final thoughts on this, Rex Garrison from our D11 engagement department, he was talking about couple of your apprentices from the engagement program running the school board meeting. Unfortunately, the schedules didn't align, but hopefully in the fall, we can make that happen, and we can have one of our apprentices running our school board program.
Yes, absolutely. We are up to any challenge, so thank you.
Oh, you do it? Okay. Okay, great.
They're behind the scenes.
Okay.
That was one of the very first pictures that we showed, but we can grow that and help. So, and to your point, I want to thank all of you because I know that it is funding, and I thank you very much for funding this program and future apprentices, because like I said, we are changing generations one student at a time. And so I just really want to say thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
One last thing. We're going to stand together. Come on, Melissa, Dwayne, Scott, come on up here. You're taking a picture. Let Alex.
My job. You guys are making this whole square thing easy for so many people.
Some money.
Goodness. Okay. All right. Okay. Squeeze. Squeeze. Squeeze.
You got to do the little half step.
Do the half step.
Do the little half step over there.
Okay. I'm going to take a few, so be happy. You like each other.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Superintendent Gall.
Always exciting to follow a great program spotlight. We will start with our teacher shout outs. Cassandra, you want to come on up and tell us all about your great teacher? The microphone's live. You can bend it down if it frankly needed to be.
Thank you. I would like to give a shout out to my 5th grade teacher. I came here around to the United States. I'm from Puerto Rico originally. I came here around 5 years ago. 2017, something like that. And then my first teacher that I had was Miss Blodgett. I hope I'm saying her name right. I think I am. So she's, please stand up. Please, everybody get around to
Ms.
a round of
Blodgett,
applause.
come to the front up here. Come up here.
This teacher really helped me when I first came here. When I first came here, I literally didn't know no English. No English, nothing. I only speak Spanish. And she really did help me in the first year that I came here. I only have her for like 1 semester because I did came here late on 5th grade, but she did make a difference, and she really helped me go through being in a new country without knowing the language, not knowing the culture, not wanting to be here because I came here and it's like it's so different from my own country, and it really hurt to leave my country because I leave because of Hurricane Maria, and I really wish I'm going back. Well, I'm going back. I'm gonna go study there, but she really did help me, and one of the best teachers I had ever had. I did learn with her. I learned the basic of English, so I was able to communicate a little bit with the people. But one of the best teachers I had ever had, and I hope she keeps changing life.
Awesome. Thanks so much. It is Teacher Appreciation Week. I did not expect to get a 5-year reverse shout out as our real first thanks. Thank you so much, Cassandra and Ms. Blodgett. What a great opportunity to be able to share that. We are going to share a lot of things here. Derek is our student that was unfortunately in an accident trying to get here, so he is not going to get a chance to share out his great support for his teacher as well. But you are there, so can you please come forward and be recognized for a second? Angela? Angela, where do you teach now? You teach at Coronado. Yes, she does. Jill, you want to give her a shout out for us?
Shout out.
All right.
Angela, nice job.
Well, we're sorry for Derek, but we're thankful that you were here and to continue those celebrations. Thank you.
As long as he's safe.
We think it's safe. I think we're in the insurance card part of this work now, which is never fun. We have a new idea this week. We're going to do Students of the Week. So I asked the principal from Freedom Elementary School to nominate a student. And of course, Rochelle Williams brought in 5 students to share as a Student of the Week. So if you want to come forward and tell us a little bit about our students and why they're here.
Well, thank you for this incredible honor. And we had to negotiate. I said, can I bring 400? He said, no, absolutely not. So we got it down to 5. But I'm not the one that's going to introduce them.
I get to do the wonderful job of introducing them. So, Aaliyah Martin and Corbin Shub are 2 students who embody empathy, kindness, and understanding. Their ability to create a welcoming and supportive environment for their peers around them is truly inspiring. By embracing differences and showing compassion towards others, they not only foster a sense of belonging throughout Freedom Elementary School, but also contribute to a more harmonious and accepting community. Their actions serve as a shining example of the positive impact that kindness and inclusivity can have on those around you. Keep up the amazing work. We are so proud of you.
Can you both raise your hands so everybody knows who you both are? Awesome. Turn around and let everybody see.
All right. Cornelius and Serenity Davis are twins who simply radiate joyfulness. They are beacons of positivity and light in any setting. Their infectious laughter, genuine smile, and uplifting spirit have a way of brightening up the day of those around them. Their enthusiasm is contagious, and their ability to find joy in even the simplest of moments is truly admirable. By spreading happiness and optimism, they create a ripple effect that uplifts the entire Freedom Elementary community. Their genuine joyfulness is a reminder of the power of positivity and serves as a reminder to cherish the little moments that bring us all happiness. Keep shining bright. Your joy is a gift to us all.
Great. Turn around and take it out. And last but certainly not least,
A student who selflessly gives back to their school is a true embodiment of generosity and dedication. The student that embodies this is Zachary Melendrez. His willingness to go above and beyond to support the Freedom Elementary community through volunteering, organizing events, or helping their peers showcase their commitment to making a positive impact. Whether it's lending a helping hand to teachers, leading initiatives to improve school environment, or participating in service projects, Zachary's actions demonstrate a deep sense of care and responsibility toward their school. Keep up the amazing work. Your efforts are truly appreciated and make a difference.
thank you to Freedom Elementary School leading the way of our new commitment to a Student of the Week. Thanks.
Real quick, Zachary just has to share one thing.
Okay, go for it, Zach.
So our school, Freedom Elementary, every kid in the school has been working tremendously hard, and I thought that we should celebrate that we achieved a goal. So I'm in a student council team, so I came up with, we were growing, now we're glowing with glow sticks.
Awesome. We all get a glow stick.
So now you can hand them out.
Thank you. Well, when we're here at 10:30 at night, we know we have safe passage out. Thanks again, Dr. Williams. Awesome. Okay, we have some new employees to announce. It is exciting that we have some new school leaders. Emily Ray is our principal at Spark, Katie Sinkowski, now the principal at Martinez Elementary School, and Carolyn Graham taking over as the principal at Adams Elementary School. If they are here, can you please come forward and be recognized by the board? I think we have 2 out of 3. Just tell them your name and that you're excited. Go ahead.
My name is Emily. Oh, is that better? Okay. My name is Emily Ray, and I really look forward, and just want to thank you, Mr. Gall, board members, for allowing me the opportunity to lead Spark and Base Camp for the upcoming school year. I'm so very excited about working with a fantastic staff, wonderful families, and all the opportunities the new school year holds. Thank you.
Awesome. Great. Go for it, Katie.
I'll be the new principal at Martinez Elementary, and I'm so excited for this opportunity. Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility.
Awesome. I heard they blew the roof off today at your announcement. It was pretty awesome, I heard. Great. Great. And Carolyn's not here tonight, but we look forward to seeing her at Adams. I had the good fortune of reading several books at Adams today. I'd like to give a shout out to second grade teacher, Miss Martinez. I came in at the end of the exit ticket for the math lesson as I got ready to read a book to the students. And I got the chance to do a little impromptu challenging on the math lesson. And we were talking about groups of 2s in adding. And so the kids went from 10 groups of 2s, and then they quickly figured out 5 groups of 4, and then 4 groups of 5, and 2 groups of 10. And one kid reminded me that there were 20 groups of 1. And then one of the students reminded me that it's actually not just 4 groups of 5, it could be 4 times 5 or 5 times 4. And so then I said, okay, I think it's time for me to read a book, because they were quickly outpacing me. But thank you to Ms. Martinez at Adams, and we look forward to Carolyn's leadership over there. So I also want to, I don't normally announce assistant principals, but our investment in Palmer High School continues. Emily Lavery, coming into us from out of district, will be joining as a key member of our instructional leadership team at Mitchell High School as assistant principal. Emily, are you here? Can you come up, stand up, and just tell people why you're excited to be at Mitchell?
Thank you very much. I'm excited to take on the role of the assistant principal of curriculum instruction at Mitchell High School. Thank you for entrusting me with your students.
Awesome. Thanks. We're so excited you're here. And underneath that beard, George is smiling ear to ear as well for the opportunity. That's awesome. Other exec pros that have joined the team, Tom's not here tonight. He's celebrating a family member and some of their school performances. But John will be taking over as the Senior Executive Director of IT. And we'd like to give a warm welcome, return welcome, to Chris Kilroy, coming back to District 11 as our Director of Choice and Enrollment. Chris, you want to come forward and say hi to the board?
I thought it was just going to be a wave.
Yeah, no, we're going to make it just say hi.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be back. You know, I keep it short. I just, I would say the 6 years I was at North prior was probably the most rewarding of my professional career. So I did take a little hiatus for 2 years, and I'm back, and I'm really excited. So thanks for having me, and I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah,
Great.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Welcome back. Keeping with our themes, we have our ESP Wednesdays catching up for 2 weeks here. I'd like to thank Robert Newton, Fremont Elementary School building manager, 20 plus years of dedication at Fremont alone. And he wears a signature bow tie in case you weren't sure who he was when you got there. Elvia Elizalda, Coronado High School study hall supervisor. She tutors students, mentors junior staff members, keeps it structured in the learning activities for our kids to realize their goals. Jody Randall at the Wasson campus, a staff assistant. You can't find her without a smile on her face. I'm going to have to plug her into my Monday and Thursday mornings. She's welcoming as a new team member to all new team players as well. Connie Madden, our food service office staff assistant. She started with D11 while she was a student at Wasson. So to our apprenticeships that just left, you too can end up on a full-time employee slide for the hard work that you've done. So thanks to our ESP Wednesdays. Teacher Tuesday, we did 2 for every day this week for our Teacher Appreciation Week. Please, please, please go visit our webpage to read about each one of them. I do want to highlight Michelle Dreiling, the special ed teacher at Mitchell High School. Again, keeping our focus on Mitchell High School. Michelle is just, she's just amazing as a special ed teacher. If you have not seen her in our unified programs, you'll get a chance to see her again because our unified basketball team is headed to states. And I think Principal Smith made a bet that if they won states, he was going to shave half the beard. Is he still here? I think he left. So he's still out there. So he's getting ready to shave half the beard for that. So thanks to all our teachers, and we have many things tonight themed on our teacher appreciation. But keeping with our teachers and our appreciation, this last week we did our Crystal Apple Awards ceremony, and they are all here, so I'd ask them all to come forward to be recognized. And as they come forward in front of the board, I asked folks to see that the venue's different. We went to the Ent Center for Performing Arts at UCCS. Come on up, Shane. You guys you're up front. Andrea, come on, lead the rabbit trail up here. And so we really just upped the ante here and made this a real professional celebration of excellence in teaching. And I would say probably not to downplay the importance of our winners here, the nominees were there. And the family members were there for the nominees and the award members. So in District 11, anytime that you can make that cut and meet that bar, we celebrate you, and we're so excited to have 4 of our 6 winners here. If you can, 5, I'm sorry.
5.
Oh, you were hiding back there. There you are again. If you guys all want to introduce yourselves and tell everybody what school and grade you teach in, you got to go to the podium so we can hear you. And then, so who's going to
have the microphone?
Yeah, the microphone. Here you go. And then somebody tell us the good news story of our missing candidate. Is it on? Yep. There you go. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hello again, Andrea Aragon from Odyssey Echo Career Pathways at the Wasson campus.
Hello, Lolita Wilson, Edison Elementary. I teach 2nd grade.
I'm Shane Mulligan. I'm at Madison Elementary, and I teach STEM.
Hi, I'm Carla Moore, and I teach 5th grade at Scott Elementary School, and I will share the cool story of Kelsey Dill. She is a math teacher at Jenkins Middle School, and she went into labor, I believe, the night of the Crystal Apple banquet. So she's having a baby. That's why she can't be here.
Did she name the baby Crystal?
She had a baby boy.
It's Chris.
Chris.
And I'm Christine Baldwin. I'm the ELL CLD teacher at Midland Elementary.
Awesome. Thank you all, and thanks to our sponsors for the Crystal Apple Award. Thank you. Great, good to see you again. I spoke to this earlier, National Youth Apprenticeship Week. Melissa was certainly downplaying not only the importance of this within our own local community, but really that we're a focal point in the state of Colorado and beyond for the work that we're doing to ensure our children get access to these pathways, that they can find their way into a lifelong career and a life of learning and love, and it's starting right here, right now. And so it was great to see that level of attention happening inside our campuses today, and you could see the students were just beaming with pride. It was a wonderful event. I'm going to just, this is kind of really our last board meeting. We have another, a couple of special meetings and one in June, but this is probably the one with the most attendance. And I just want to give a little bit of a public shout out and thanks to all those that hold up the walls here, all the members of our executive cabinet, and all the staff that they represent. I'm just going to go real quickly. Achievement. We are continuing to improve both the school and the classroom level. This first year, we halved the number of schools that were on the watch list. And then our end of year data this year is telling us that 72% of our schools met or exceeded their district growth goal of 55 in ELA, and 47% of our schools met or exceeded their growth goal of 55 in math. We'll have a full work session on that next week where you'll be able to see that data. We have schools that are performing in the 60s and 70s. And for those of you that don't understand, 50 is the number that means you are on par with everybody else in the country. 60 means that you're actually closing the gap. So we set a bar of 55, and we're super excited to be able to share next week the number of schools that are actually doing real gap closure work. District 11 is on the move, first on achievement, because if you get the achievement, oops, it went away. Can you bring it back? I probably did that. If you get the achievement, you'll get the enrollment. This year, again, just to brag a little bit, I can go really quick. You're going to go to enrollment slide. We added 15 kids, and that is only the third time in the last 30 years that we added kids to enrollment. Remember, we get funded by the number of children that we have. This is a state of choice. We celebrate choice. We did this mostly by adopting a portfolio strategy. We did this secondly by doubling down on universal pre-K. We used to have a wait list for a number of people who would come into pre-K. Now we have the third largest pre-K in the state of Colorado. In 1 year, we made that shift because that's where the demand was. And I'll switch to, go one more for me so I don't mess it up. And then in our engagement, to lead off with that, we went in 1 year from a Promise Scholarship standing alone at Mitchell High School to district-wide. We have 400 plus students that are eligible this year for the D11 Promise. So we are engaged with our community all the way across. We did a kickoff event this year where we actually said thanks to our partners. That's top right hand corner where we did a no-host social, Italian ice cream sodas. It was a lot of fun. Where we brought those partners in that do work in our schools, and we just said thanks. We didn't ask them for anything else. We gave them an update on our strategy, and they were very excited to continue and grow those partnerships. And then in a hyper-specific way, again, for the strength and the resources that we're bringing to bear to our Mitchell community on a very cold and snowy and rainy day, we did yet another very large food giveaway at Mitchell High School, thanks to our United Way partners, 300 plus families out there braving the late April winter weather. So that is the joy that we have in Colorado. And I think one more slide. And we want to invite everyone to celebrate all those successes. At the end of the year, we'll do our annual 5K. Last year, we tried it in April, but you just saw what happened in April at Mitchell. And so this year, we're going to try it in May. I'm not sure that we can guarantee the weather will be better, but we're going to give it a try. This is a no-cost opportunity for our families, for our staff members to just come out and celebrate Wednesday. This will impact whatever time we want to start our special meeting on the 29th. It'll only take me about 20 minutes to finish the run. So 4:30 you can start. But we're super excited to be able to celebrate with all the folks that are invested in D11 for the future. And I believe that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thanks, Superintendent Gall, for that report. It was quite an evening of celebration and elevating our students. Right from the very beginning, 2.5 years back, when I got seated in this role, in this capacity, I've stressed over and over again, hold the board, hold me, and hold the superintendent accountable for outcomes, starting with student outcomes. And when Superintendent Gall presents that end of the year data that shows that we are moving the school district in the right direction, that the priority improvement turnaround schools are being halved, and in a couple of years we will have no priority improvement or turnaround schools and more performance schools. that is cause for celebration. That's our end goal and end outcomes, and I hold myself accountable for it. This board holds itself accountable for it, and the superintendent is also accountable for that. So I encourage the community to continue to hold us accountable for those end outcomes. Thank you. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, it's public comments, and I think we have several comments. Ms. Olson. So going over the board protocol for public comments, just as a reminder, the board welcomes and is very interested in listening to the community feedback as it helps us better do our job. Please approach the dais when your name is called. You have 3 minutes to deliver your remarks. Please monitor the clock that is on display and complete your comments in the allotted time. Board meetings are primarily business meetings for the orderly and efficient conduct of the business of the district. Keeping that in mind, the clear expectation is that your feedback is provided in a civil, professional, and courteous manner without resorting to disparaging or defamatory remarks. Students are often in attendance or watching our broadcast. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes minor students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. In order to adhere to the board policy and accomplish the work already on the agenda, the board will not respond to comments, but rest assured that your comments will be taken into consideration as we discuss pertinent agenda items. And for the same reason, to maintain the flow of the meeting and not have prolonged interruptions, please refrain from clapping. If you want to show support or solidarity to a speaker, please stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. Lastly, the statements made by the public do not reflect the views of the board or the district. With that, I have several student comments right at the very beginning of it. And it's my understanding that some of the students are going to talk as a group. Is that, so I'm going to call some of these students. I'm not sure which of you are going to talk as a group. Looks like you're all talking on the same subject matter. Is the program coordinator first going to talk to us? Or, okay, so could I have the program coordinator? I don't know which one of these is the program coordinator. Okay, absolutely, okay. Please come up here and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is London Gibson. I am the owner of All Hands Dental Assisting School. I have been a dental assistant in this community for about 16 years and decided that I wanted to teach doing that. I started about a year ago, and I formed a relationship with D11. This kind of started in November and happened pretty quickly. Very good opportunity. We offer a 13-week program that gets the students ready to become a dental assistant. At the end of the program, they will receive their dental assisting certificate, their dental radiology certificate, become CPR certified as well as BLS certified. We're actually finishing up with a cohort right now that started in January, so our spring cohort. And I have some of the girls here with us, or with me, to kind of tell you about their experience. And I also just want to say thank you for the support that you guys offer to the kids in the community. It's amazing, so.
Okay, thank you. So which of the students are going to be talking as a group? Can you stand up, please? Are all of you talking as a group? Yeah. Okay, then please approach the dais. I have Leslie Luna, Sevin Romero, Sherry Len, London Gibson, Sarah McCreary. Am I missing anybody? Cassandra Lira. So introduce yourself. You've got 5 minutes as a group to talk.
I'm Sevin, and I go to Doherty High School. I'm in London's program. I'm graduating on the 21st from Doherty, actually. And I just think it's a good opportunity for students to just want to go into this type of field. It's a lot of hands-on work. If you need help with your work, they'll help you. London, she's a great teacher. She's always there for you, and it's able to work around your schedule, and you can go in for your internship. And I think it's just a good opportunity for students at Doherty and D11 in general. And then I want to say thank you guys for the opportunity, because I came out with a lot of confidence in something I never knew I could do.
Hi, my name is Cassandra Barcenas. I'm a senior at Palmer High School, and I just wanted to say that this program really prepared me for the job, and I came out of the program being very confident in the work that I was doing. So I think it's a really great program, and the instructors were really nice and really helped you through anything, cleared up any confusion, and just helped you with anything you really needed.
I'm Leslie. I'm a junior in Palmer. I think the same thing as Cassandra. It prepares you for your future. And since I'm a junior and I'm not entirely sure what I wanted to do before, taking advantage of this opportunity really gave me a further insight into what I wanted to do in my future. Because you may not be sure what you want to do, but once you get hands-on experience, once you get more an idea of what it is that you're thinking about, then you get a stronger grip on what you want to do. So yeah, I think it was a really good idea. I think it was really helpful to my future. So I thank D11 and the teachers here for helping me get there.
Hi, I'm Sherry Lynn, and I just want to thank D11 because this program has helped me a lot realize what I want to do for my future, because that's what I've been looking for, because I'm a senior. And I actually just finished at Tesla High School back in February because I had enough credits. And I just came back from District 20, and they actually told me that I wasn't going to graduate on time, and because I didn't have enough credits, because they had all these requirements and stuff like that. But I really found what I wanted to do in District 11, and my mom found that email, and she told me about it, and I really liked it. I like the hands-on work I do at this internship. The people there are really nice. They let me do a lot of the work there. They have me training for stuff that I need to do in an actual office. If I do end up working there and see if they're hiring, I already know what they want to do there, so that would be really nice. But if not, I'd look into this future. I really like this future, so I'd probably go and find another office to go to. So, yeah, thank you.
And we just want to thank all of you guys for the opportunity as well.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, but let's refrain from clapping so we can move on to the next item on the agenda. The next public speaker is, the rest of it is general comments. The next public speaker is Mr. Anton Shulsky. Mr. Anton Shulsky.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anton Shulsky. I'm completing my 41st and final year as a teacher in District 11 and a member of CSEA. I taught from 1983 to 87 at West Junior High, from 87 to 89 at Coronado, and for the past 35 years at Palmer High School. Now, while popularized in the 2008 book of the same name, the last lecture has been part of academia and education for some time, and tonight I address the board for my last lecture as a teacher in the district. They say that retirement can be bittersweet, and so it is with me. I could be bitter that after 41 years as an employee of the district chose to honor me with a certificate that was shoved in a mailbox and nothing else. I hope that in the future, the board and the administration can do better to honor long-time employees that have spent a career in D11. I find it sweet that the Palmer Alumni Association took time to honor myself and the other retirees at a special breakfast. I could be bitter that the district never acknowledged my 8 years on the board of directors for the National Council for the Social Studies, including being the president of that large social studies organization during the 2021-22 school year. I do find it sweet that from time to time the district, particularly John Keene, supported my presenting and representing D11 at NCSS conferences. Conferences such as these are often the best professional development for teachers, and the district should support and encourage that teacher involvement. I could be bitter that the district continues to employ an area superintendent that belittles and bullies employees and diminishes and denigrates the IB program at Palmer High School. I find it sweet that a former student athlete that I coached is an area superintendent in D11, and at least one other former student of mine is a superintendent in a district in Colorado. I could be bitter that a member of this school board refuses to send their children to BOE 11 school, continues to attack teachers, the work they do, and their chosen association. I find it sweet that there are school board members who graduated from D11, have had their own children graduate from D11, who have taught and have been administrators in D11, and are supportive of both the students and the teachers. I find it sweet that in my 25 years as an IB history teacher, my students scored at or above the international average for IB history nearly every year. I find it sweet that many of my former students are doctors, dentists, lawyers, entrepreneurs, served in the military, in foreign service, are CEOs of local nonprofits. They are historians, psychologists, published authors, a myriad of successful careers. They are parents, and I've taught the students of my former students. I find it sweet that so many of my former students have gone on to become teachers, not only in D11, but across the state and the nation. In the spirit of Teacher Appreciation Week, I thank each and every one of them, especially my own daughters, for their dedication to the noblest of professions.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
I've had the privilege to honor to spend a career doing what I love.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ms. Stacy Adair, if we can limit our comments to 3 minutes, that would really help to move things along. And that would be in the spirit of consistency too. If everybody takes a few seconds extra, then that becomes an issue. Ms. Stacy Adair.
Hi, thank you, board, for looking out for teachers. I'm here to echo the good news that D11 teachers are receiving 10.6% increase in compensation. I'm sharing this in case anyone, teachers or the community, have heard differently. We know that, doesn't this sound weird? Does it sound weird to me? Okay. We know that a lie can travel around the world while the truth is still putting on its shoes. Jonathan Swift said, falsehood flies and the truth comes limping after it. Here in D11, the out-of-context figure of 1% raves is floating around. This understandably causes stress, worry, and anger. That's why I decided to come and tell you the good news. I'd like to share the accurate information regarding the teacher compensation agreed to in the recent union and district bargaining. The meeting where this was agreed upon was available for the public to view from the D11 website. The union leaders and those who attended have this information. I want to mention that the number being spread around is not accurate. It is not the complete compensation package. As a D11 teacher, I am thankful for the new compensation agreement. 10.6% sounds great to me. That includes 6% non-recurring payout next year, and I'd like to request that in December, if I can. A 1% for steps and lanes, and the district is absorbing the increase in healthcare insurance as we see all costs rising around us, so that our premiums don't increase. Finally, we get a 1% in recurring compensation. That's the full picture. Additionally, instead of cutting any teacher positions due to declining enrollment, they cut the admin budget, something we as teachers are always asking to see happen. Thank you, Superintendent Gall, for following through on a promise you made to cut that admin budget. So that's the rest of the story. I have a suggestion for those of us who consider ourselves lifelong learners. Ask questions. If you hear something about the board members or the compensation or whatever controversy is stirred up next, just ask a board member. This board is very pro-teacher. They will be happy to talk with you and let you know what's happening. Double and triple check your sources as well. I wouldn't want one or two chronically discontent people to shape my view of reality. Remember, a lie travels halfway around the world before the truth can get its shoes on. Let's not allow ourselves as teachers to be part of the stream of misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hannah Martin.
Well, hello. My name is Hannah Martin, she, her, aya, and I am a D11 parent and I am an employee. I'm here tonight to share my deep appreciation for all of our amazing educators. I'd like to ask all of us here, if we can, behind me and here behind the dais, if you could raise your hand if you remember who your kindergarten teacher is. Third grade? Middle school teachers? High school teachers? Yeah. We can remember because we know that they have a deep and heavy impact on our lives. Now, I must admit, I do not remember who my superintendents were or who my board presidents were. Some of us may, but most of us probably don't, because we all know that teachers truly have the greatest impact in our lives. I hope that we can remember this as we offer gratitude to our teachers. We cannot say that we thank our teachers and appreciate our teachers when we aren't willing to offer them that 2% recurring increase in their salary scale when surrounding districts are honoring that scale or plan to offer more recurring and not non-recurring. We cannot thank our teachers this week when all the other times, and even tonight we heard, then we tell media outlets and the community that it's the board who's made the difference and not the teachers. Teacher appreciation doesn't look like making principals give a teacher's name, a photo, and a why to central admin every Tuesday. It's not a blanket email that isn't backed by words and actions. Teacher appreciation is adequate pay. It's asking teachers what they need and following through. It's hearing their concerns and taking ownership when you got it wrong. It's valuing our teachers and trusting them as professionals. It's praising them year-round and actually seeing the work they do, because it's a lot, and it's everything. Thank you, teachers.
Thank you. Ms. Jen Scott.
Dr. Milpakin, members of the Board of Education, and Superintendent Gall. My name is Jen Scott, and I have taught in D11 for over 15 years and currently teach at Doherty High School. I'm also a 46-year resident of D11, a former D11 student, a D11 parent, a D11 grandparent, and a D11 taxpayer. Dr. Milpakin, in 2019, when you were running for a seat on the Board of Education, I remember talking with you alongside my husband for close to half an hour regarding the education of our students, the state of D11, working conditions for teachers, and the state of our board. You were open to ideas and listened intently to the concerns my husband and I raised on that warm fall afternoon. I come here today concerned about the arbitration regarding collaboration between the district and the stakeholders over a substantive change to the high school schedule. The board and district are ignoring the arbiter's decision that the master agreement was violated and are thus ignoring your teachers. The master agreement requires transparency and clear processes that hold both teachers and administrators accountable for following the rules. Similarly, in the classroom, rules, social contracts, and expectations for both teachers and students keep the classroom functioning effectively for all. This blatant defiance of the ruling of the arbitration vividly demonstrates the board's lack of support for the thousands of years of collective experience of the educators that the board say they support. While the 60-plus collective years of the board in education is not to be minimized, working collaboratively with educators with thousands of years of collective experience would better serve our students. The district and board have stressed options for students, and yet the district and board want to settle on a high school schedule that is top-down and one-size-fits-all. A one-size-fits-all approach to education is not the solution. It's the problem. This model is outdated and does not serve the needs of each individual community. As we need to differentiate in our classroom to meet the needs of our students, we need to differentiate schedules to meet the needs of the community. Each high school has a unique demographic of students who have unique sets of needs. By working with all stakeholders, including students, parents, community members, teachers, and the district, each high school can identify what schedule works best for their unique demographic. This then satisfies the ruling of the arbitration. Teachers have the best interests of their students in mind at all times, and if we are given the opportunity to work collaboratively with the board and district administration, I'm confident that a positive outcome would be achieved and would create the best learning environment for the students in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rebecca Kenterdine.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Acevedo Kenderdine. I'm currently on the District Accountability Committee and the Mitchell High School Accountability Committee. I am a retired teacher and a current substitute teacher for District 11. Good evening, President Malpacum, Board of Education, Superintendent Gall, administrative staff, and community. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to thank the board for supporting teachers in the district during the IBB process. I have attended these meetings to observe history in the making. As a former teacher for D11, I was in the union. The union has the habit of sharing half-truths with teachers and not the whole truth. I observed the teacher rally that occurred during the last board meeting. The participants were not all D11 teachers. Many teachers that work in D11 are not part of the union and would prefer to remain non-union members. What these teachers are unaware of is that there are other associations they can join without having to pay $80+ a month. PACE is an organization teachers can join for just $19.50 a month. I remember the fiasco that occurred at Mitchell High School when Dr. Thomas was the superintendent. The union was unsupportive of the teachers. All staff members received their pink slip. Many staff went to work at other school districts who were called too late for an interview by the school, but they had accepted jobs outside of D11. These were highly qualified teachers the union did not support. I do not have much faith in the union. During the IBB negotiations, I heard the union mention they wanted a master agreement extension, even though the master agreement doesn't expire until 2025. During the rally, they shouted and stated they wanted the best working conditions for teachers. During IBB, it was mentioned that the board wanted to provide a 10.6% total package compensation for teachers. I am thankful and grateful that this board is showing how much they appreciate teachers that work for D11. I wish you had been the board when I was working for D11, and we had a fearless superintendent willing to face down the education and bureaucracy. Thank you, board, for all your hard work you have accomplished together during this past year. I believe that D11 provides great working conditions for teachers. Many teachers are unaware of what board is trying to accomplish during the IBB. This is why I chose to speak on behalf of those teachers not in the union who have been fed half-truths during the IBB. Thank you, D11 Board of Education, for making our district a competitive one so that we can attract great teachers who are willing to be a part of the D11 workforce that put the interests of the students first.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kenderdine.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynn Chesla? Or is it Lynn Chelsea? Chesla. Lynn Chelsea. Lynn Chesla.
Wish it was Tesla. Hi, my name is Lynn Chesla, and I have been a community member of D11 for 32 years. I was head of the Palmer parent group for 8 years when my kids attended high school there. I have 5 grandkids that are now in D11. My children and I are very big fans of Miss Jill Hafley. She has been very supportive of my family, coached my daughter in basketball as a freshman in high school, which is many moons ago. Anyway, I just want to say that no one can ever say with a straight face that Jill is not pro-teacher. For Teacher Appreciation Week, I would like to take the time to note that this entire board is very pro-teacher. There is no doubt about it. Thank you, board members, for the positive changes you have made thus far. The teachers are fortunate to have a board that is working to improve education for the students at the same time increasing compensation. I've heard that you are also working to improve behavior and attendance, things we hear teachers everywhere are upset about. I've seen that in school, and I'm glad you guys are taking care of that. I just want to say thank you so much for your time and energy spending to improve District 11, all the stakeholders, the students, the teachers, and the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory Gilbert.
Good evening, board members. My name is Gregory Gilbert, and I'm here to speak in favor of the master agreement. I've been a teacher for 21 years and at Doherty for 8 years. I appreciate your words of support and your emails of support for teachers. I am hoping to see those words backed up with the active support of the master agreement. Actions speak louder than words, and the master agreement is essential in maintaining a functional relationship between teachers, administration, and the school board. I hope I'm wrong, but the relationship feels tense between teachers and administration over the desire to maintain and keep a master agreement for the district. Teachers are good. We're good people. We're smart and funny and fun to hang out with. Sometimes we have good ideas and things to offer. I consider myself a lifelong learner, and I'm also consistently humbled as a teacher. In my very first year as a teacher after getting out of the Army, I kept thinking to myself, why don't these middle schoolers do what I tell them to do? It took some time and humility to figure out how to best serve and lead them. Conversations with people I disagree with are usually interesting to me. I don't quite get the push to end the master agreement or attack the Teachers Association either directly or indirectly. The other day, I heard an ad on the radio for James Irwin Charter School say they were a non-union school. I thought, what is the reason for that? What'd we do to you, man? This isn't Chicago. Every individual should be treated as an individual, and every association should be treated based off their actions. What we all need is a little less arrogance, that we all know what's best, and a little more humility, that each one of us has positive intentions and amazing ideas. We know you're not here for the money or the fame. You're here because you want what is best for kids. We can all do what is best, but it will most likely happen together. Let's have more honest conversations with each other and listen to each other. Let's decide to maintain a positive relationship and keep the master agreement. The scary question we have to ask ourselves if we're faced with opposing viewpoints and different ways of thinking is, if I change my mind about this, am I showing weakness or courage? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pamela Berg.
Good evening, Superintendent Gall, President Malpacum, and Board. I'm coming to you this evening to publicly express my thanks and appreciation for all of you on a daily basis, what you do for the benefit of students, principals, staff, and the teachers of D11. Too often credit is not given when it is due, and appreciation is felt, but not always expressed. D11 has had its challenges juggling the wants and the needs and the must-haves for a district of this size, and with its various interest groups all vying for a bigger piece of the pie. The task to fund all the needs must be daunting at best and at times seemingly impossible to please everyone. When I consider the accomplishments of this board over the past couple of years, an old saying comes to mind, and personally, I think you should adopt this as your unofficial motto. Where there's a will, there's a way. This board took on a difficult task in seeking ways to provide higher and more appropriate salaries for teachers without sacrificing in other areas. With 2 historically high salary and compensation increases in 2 years, you have succeeded where other boards have not. Instead of telling teachers why D11 can't provide a better salary for them, you've said, we'll find a way. You had the will to do it, and you did it. I won't go over the new salary compensation package because a couple of people have already talked about that, but it was pretty phenomenal in my opinion. It demonstrates that you value our teachers and the jobs they do. This puts the starting teacher salaries at about $50,000, second highest in the Pikes Peak region. So congratulations on that. Please accept my thanks and appreciation for showing our teachers that you value them and the good work they do in educating students.
Thank you. Ms. Sharon Simpson-Dagan.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address you. We don't know how the story really will turn out. If both sides came to the table with the earnest desire for a quadruple win, the board, the teachers, the students, and the community, the negotiations will have an excellent outcome. The local CSEA is nonpartisan, always has been, with no teacher being required to donate to any national organization. CSEA's purpose is to ensure excellent working conditions here so that professional teachers can show up in the classroom free from harassment, tyranny, salary favoritism, injustice, bless you, power struggles, and more, because those professional teachers are dedicated to providing the best for their students. However, some public commentators have worked overtime to try to paint the Colorado Springs Education Association as something different than it is. Why? And why would any school board member wave the master agreement around and proclaim that it is standing in the way? In the way of what? A fair treatment of those who often work more than one job to make ends meet and who use their own money to provide extra things in the classroom? None of that is new, by the way. It's the historical reality of the professional teacher. If you don't like something in the master agreement, work with the teachers to recraft those areas for an all-around win. Do it with both hands on the table and show your cards in true collaboration. The zero-sum game thinking is ruining our society. Don't let it ruin District 11 for someone's political agenda that is not CSEA's. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jake Wheat. Jake Wheat. Okay, moving on. Miss Amy O'Connor.
Buenas tardes, good evening. I am a teacher at Palmer, Spanish. This is my 15th year there and my almost 29th year teaching languages. I would like to start that on this week of teacher appreciation. While a cookie is sometimes appreciated, what we really want is to be heard and to be able to collaborate with students and parents. And so it's been a frustrating process, the lack of us being able to collaborate about important things like the schedule. I've been on a committee now for a couple weeks with an amazing student. Her name is Greta Kelly, and she spent hours trying to jump through all the hoops that she had to jump through just to get a survey out to staff and students, countless hours. And now all that time that she worked, it's not being used for any good because we're not allowed to collaborate about this very important thing that affects us and our students. And so I would say on this week of teacher appreciation that is what we would appreciate, being treated as professionals and gathering all of the community that are affected to be able to collaborate. And not just because it's in the master agreement. To end on kind of a positive note, just voluntarily, students today during free reading time, I said, hey, as the sticky notes go around, if you want to write something for one of your teachers, write it. I'll read it tonight, and then I will put it in their box. So here we go in no certain order. Mr. Lohman, thanks for being the greatest teacher I've ever had. Lohman, also, thank you for this year. I've had a great time in physics and Stuco. Appreciate all that you do. Lohman is very popular, but Mr. Lohman is extremely hardworking and opens up so many opportunities for his students. His commitment to the science program at Palmer is outstanding. He's very kind and encouraging to his students, and I know that student that wrote it, and she's now going to the National Science Fair for her science fair project. That is Natalie Muro. Miss Choi, you are like my favorite teacher. You are always so supportive, and you have been very kind and understanding through all of the things I've experienced this year. I really appreciate how you always push me to do my best and what you know I'm capable of. Your student, Maluma. Mrs. Gunther, she gets my GOAT. Greatest. Miss Henson, she is super funny, kind, and helpful, always so insightful. From Elena. Miss Hook, thank you for pushing me as a writer. I enjoy your class and always look forward to it. From Haley. Mr. Wybrandt, who was here earlier, is a fantastic teacher of the year, by the way.
Your time is up.
So
but
anyway.
could you please hand those
Yes.
to Ms. Olson so the board can take a look at that? If you are,
Oh, well, I have to give him back. I have to give him to the teachers tomorrow.
No worries.
So I was
Okay.
going to put him in
Thank
their
you so
boxes.
much.
That's what I promised.
Miss Maria Bergman.
Good evening, board. My name is Maria Bergman. I'm a D11 resident. Congratulations on your first school year as a new board. You've done an excellent job building on the work of the 2021 board. Your representation has done an excellent job representing you in these negotiations. You've shown that despite being mocked, vilified, and lied about, you will continue to stand strong for the betterment of District 11. The last negotiating session wasn't even finished when union surrogates began lying through their teeth about the nature of your proposed teachers' pay raises. In case anyone believes that the board is only projected to give teachers a 1% pay raise, the truth is this. The board is forecasted to give at least a 6.5% raise to every teacher, and the average is 9%. To be absolutely clear, not one teacher in District 11 will receive a 1% pay raise under your proposed plan. As you go into the next year, remain steadfast. Stay focused on student outcomes. The community is watching. Remember that when directors Malpacum and Jorgensen won their first election to the board in 2019, they did so with 18,000 and 17,000 votes, respectively. In 2023, those numbers grew to 26,000 and 25,000, and directors Hafley and Carey received 27,000 votes each. We see what's happening. Academics are improving. The new status quo is excellence. Have a restful summer, and when you get back, keep building D11's momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shay Dabney.
Good evening, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this public forum this evening in the heart of Teacher Appreciation Week. I would like to celebrate our teachers. As the arbiters of knowledge in education, teachers are the backbone of our society. They are nurturing and cultivating our children to be self-sufficient, critically thinking, lifelong learners. Given such an important role, it's important that we support and uplift our teachers. Our teachers deserve to be compensated, acknowledged, listened to, and celebrated. By appreciating their expertise and input, we can work together to create a more supportive and comforting work and learning environment for everyone. To all of the educators that are present today, we extend our deepest gratitude for your tireless efforts. Your role in the future of our community is immeasurable. I've heard from some teachers that this job can be thankless, but here today we would like to acknowledge and thank you personally. Happy Teachers Appreciation Week.
Thank you. And the last public comment, Mr. Larry Langston.
I'm pretty loud. I don't really need this thing.
It helps for the streaming people.
All right. The screaming people?
The streaming. The people online.
All right. Hey, my name is Larry Langston. I'm a contractor out at Schriever. I work in the IT field. And first off, I want to apologize for some of the comments I was going to say, but I decided I'm not going to say those. I'm going to just say the good stuff because I couldn't think of the bad stuff, really, you know? But the thing is, you guys are number 2 in pay for teachers to start in El Paso County or Pikes Peak region, right? And you guys got to give more raises, am I right? And we've got a bunch of teachers here, and I'm sure they love those salaries. But one thing I really liked was the internal, was it appreciation? Not appreciation, what was it? Apprenticeship. What a great program. You guys should really expand that. Because I'm telling you, there's really a need out there. And then the other thing is, I don't know if you know about this, but in the IT field where I work at, CompTIA Security Plus certifications. Man, that is like the ticket. You get that, it's just like a ticket opens a lot of doors. And the last thing I want to say is, and let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. And thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all the public comments. We were able to get through all of those comments. in the 1 hour of allotted time. So thank you again for being here this evening and sharing your thoughts. The board appreciates your feedback. And if you check the box asking for a district admin to contact you, someone from admin will follow up and contact you. Board member reports are up next under special reports. Are there any reports from board members? And I have Director Hafley first.
Okay, so over the past week or so, I had the opportunity to visit several schools, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the individuals who made these experiences memorable. First, a big thank you to Mr. Dowdy and the Stuco kids at Mitchell High School for their openness and pride in their school. And I appreciate the t-shirt too. I also want to acknowledge Ms. Crozier, I can't pronounce her last name, but she is a rock star with the band kids at Queen Palmer Elementary School. I really enjoyed listening to them. As well as Ms. Bora, who leads the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program at Stratton. I'm going to come back to that in a second. In addition, I'm grateful for the hospitality of Ms. Leba, a 5th grade teacher, and Ms. Kloppenberg, a 1st grade teacher at Wilson Elementary School. Your warm welcome into your classrooms really meant a lot to me. These schools are truly remarkable places, and the kids who attend them are exceptional. They exhibit friendliness, diligence, respect, and a genuine sense of welcome. Every time I visit, I'm reminded of how much I enjoy spending time with the kids and witnessing the incredible things happening in the classrooms. If I may address the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program at Stratton for just a second, this is a site-based program that employs a bilingual approach incorporating American Sign Language, conceptually accurate signed English, fingerspelling, and spoken English as required to foster robust English literacy, academic proficiency, and social skills. Deaf students at Stratton can access the same rigorous education as their hearing peers, being involved in their classrooms, gifted and talented programs, and school clubs with comprehensive support. They benefit from educational aides and interpreters proficient in American Sign Language who are equipped with best practices to ensure students have complete access to the curriculum and the vibrant culture at Stratton. Witnessing this was truly heartening. I was especially struck by one student who confidently inquired about my presence. Who was I? What was I doing there? And did I have any siblings? And the answer to that is yes, I do. I have 2 siblings. And she wanted to know who they were. And all I told her, I have a brother and a sister, and that's all you get. And she thought that was cool. She's very outgoing, and it was inspiring to see her engagement, which I'm guessing likely keeps Miss Bora on her toes. I also got to speak with Mr. Steele, affectionately known as Roger, at Wilson. He's the building manager there. And while it's always nice to be able to see what's going on in the schools with the kids, it's also particularly cool to speak with those who are the foundation of our district. These are the people who make our buildings safe, keep them clean, and are ready at a moment's notice to make sure each building is ready to go before school even starts. I must say that after visiting the schools this past semester, every single one of them was clean. And not just minimally clean, they were exceptionally clean. That stood out to me every time I visited a school, and it was every single school. Being the clean freak that I am, I was pleased to see that people took pride in maintaining their schools and ensuring everything looked impeccable. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and these folks take that seriously. Speaking of that, I was also able to get out to the FOTC again, which is a highlight for me. These are people who we would consider out of sight, but they are certainly not out of mind. They work incredibly hard to make school happen, and it's all behind the scenes. I spent time with CJ and Kevin in the transportation department. They taught me just exactly how much goes into planning routes, making sure kids get to and from school safely, and how they can streamline the process while still providing fantastic service to kids and their parents. They work incredibly hard to get as many field trips as possible to happen, and that's no small task, given the occasional last-minute requests and the ongoing shortage of bus drivers. The folks in the maintenance department, Brian, Mark, Mike, Sarah, Candy, John, and Dan, took me through the work order process and how they've been able to secure specific technology that helps them with their ability to deep clean areas that need it. Bathrooms, for example. I saw pictures of the floors before and after. It was pretty amazing. And of course, I don't have those pictures with me. I wish I had them. Maybe I can get Chief Odom to send them to me for a later report. I'm almost done. Then I discovered the extent of the breakfasts and lunches managed by the Food and Nutrition Department, extending even through the summer. Janine mentioned they serve upwards of 14,500 lunches and nearly 6,000 breakfasts to our students every day. And here I sit struggling to even cook my own dinner from time to time. Finally, I had a meeting with Dave, who leads the security department. He walked me through the safety protocols implemented to ensure the security of our staff and students during school hours and at our after-school events. This role encompasses numerous responsibilities, and I've always felt secure knowing that dedicated individuals are solely focused on ensuring our safety. I will say that I asked Dave a particularly pointed question, and he answered with a reply I hadn't thought of, and it's a bit on the secure side, so I'm not going to say what it is, but I'm happy to say that he schooled me on that and opened my eyes to a different point of view. So I appreciated that. That's a hard thing to accomplish sometimes. These individuals fulfill their roles day in and day out, ensuring that our kids have a secure and welcoming environment to pursue their education. And while some may work behind the scenes, their efforts are essential and evident every day. Though they may not always be in the spotlight, their contributions are never forgotten, certainly not by me. I've always held D11 in high regard because of the dedication of our teachers, students, administrators, administrative assistants, coaches, paras, aides, everyone in the schools. But you know, the people I met with yesterday out at the FOTC really put the bow on top of things here. They're selfless. Without the solid foundation they provide for our schools, achieving success in the classroom would be significantly more challenging. So therefore, even though it's Teacher Appreciation Week, and we all know how I feel about teachers, fantastic people, and thank you for your service. But a heartfelt thank you goes to all those who keep our schools running smoothly. 2 thumbs up.
Thank you. Dr. Carey.
Hello, I would just like to update my fellow board members as well as the community as to kind of how things are progressing with our thinking through a new cell phone policy. So first, a little bit of context and just kind of the background. This is an issue that at least Director Hafley and I have been thinking about really since we started campaigning for school board. And when we had our dinner with all of our employee groups, there were 2 issues that each one of our 3 employee groups independently brought up as something that they wanted the board to take a look at and help with. One of them was behavioral issues and discipline, and I believe we have that scheduled for a work session before we break for the summer. And then the other one was addressing cell phones in the classroom. Every single one of our employee groups, again independently, brought it up as a point of disruption and distraction in the learning environment. So one of the things that you're going to see later this evening when we talk about policy BG and the way that we're kind of growing and thinking through the way we handle policy is that we are committed to reflecting what the community is asking for and community values in our policy. So to that end, I mentioned this at a board member report, I think in early April, we held a design thinking lab to engage the community and just see what they were thinking about and their priorities and their thoughts and their ideas for the issue. So we had great representation. We had CSEA there. We had teachers in the high school and middle school level. We had parents. We had an area superintendent, an assistant principal, a dean at Coronado. We had students. So we really tried to get kind of the full spectrum of opinions. So I want to share with you a little bit what we talked about at that discussion, as well as kind of the next steps for us as a board. So a few takeaways. Number one, there was wide consensus that this is absolutely needed from an academic standpoint, that the learning environment really is seriously adversely affected by the presence of cell phones in the classroom, and we talked about some of the academic literature that backs that up. The other consensus that we came to is, as a group, we're really not interested in what I'm just going to call fake solutions, where we sort of gesture in the direction of doing something without actually moving the needle on something that's important to our employee groups and to, really the achievement of our students. We also want to see consistency across the district. So when this is something that we hand off to administration for their operational approach, we don't want kind of a piecemeal patchwork solution. We want something that's going to be really applied with consistency across the district, but we also recognize that the solution is likely going to look a little bit different based on the varying needs of elementary school, middle school, and high school. So we're sensitive to that difference. I'll also add that there was consensus that we really want this to be handled not by the teachers to the greatest extent that we can. We want our teachers to be free to teach in the classroom. We don't want to add yet another thing for them to be responsible for and micromanage. We want this to be something that's handled ideally at the admin level, and teachers can just be free to do their jobs and not worry about kind of micromanaging this or that. There was some desire to, in addition to this effort, to kind of address versus, the SEL piece, responsible training for students and how to use technology responsibly. I'm going to leave that up to Superintendent Gall and his team for the best way to handle that. So those were the takeaways from the discussion. What happens next is Director Hafley and I have been working with our go-to policy person on a draft. That draft will be posted on board docs later this week in time for Friday. And then that will be addressed and brought before the board at next week's work session. The policy is going to be pretty short because, as you'll see later this evening, we're really trying to get a handle on the policy is not supposed to delve into the operational details. That's something that administration has responsibility over, but we will try to outline at a very high level. Here's what we want to happen with cell phones in the classroom, and here are the specific tasks that we want administration to take up in dealing with it. So that's what I got for all of you.
Thank you. Director Nelson.
Last week, I attended my second graders' Silly Songs concert at Martinez. And as you know, the end of the year is full of activities at all of our schools. And as a mom of young children just entering school age during the pandemic, with so many restrictions, being able to attend my children's school events still feels like such a gift. I'm so grateful when I can enter into my school and participate in seeing what they're learning every day. And I'm gonna just take the opportunity to thank the teachers at my children's school, Martinez. Just a shout out, thank you for serving and loving on my kids for the last several years. I also want to just say that I'm grateful for the opportunity to celebrate teachers at the Crystal Apple Awards last week. Several board members, Dr. Mel Packham, Director Ott, Director Bankus, and I were able to attend and just celebrate. So many of our staff are exceptional in their service to students. I also want to recognize the staff at Sabin for welcoming me last week to come shadow for a good part of the day and just experience what it's like to be a dean in that school. And I really enjoyed interacting with the students and just the reminder that they're why we're here. They're why I'm serving in this capacity. And then I want to just end with a recommendation for our 4th through 12th grade staff or parents to bring something called Constituting America to your schools. It's a presentation that several of our schools have already taken advantage of over the past year. And yesterday I was able to observe this presentation at Columbia Elementary School. The content builds on what students are already learning about the Constitution and Declaration of Independence and is delivered at their age level. The students were so engaged in learning the principles such as unalienable rights means no one gives you your rights. They are natural to every person, such as life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. And that our country is founded upon the concept that we, the people, are the leaders of this country. Every student will receive a copy of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence, and the only work for teachers is to keep track of students participating so they can earn prizes. And there are also contests for students and staff after that they can enter to earn cash prizes and scholarships. So contact Beth Austin with the D11 After School and Curriculum Enrichment Office. And parents and community members, you can spread the word to your schools about Constituting America as well. So I highly recommend it. It was an excellent presentation. Thanks.
Please refrain from clapping. Thank you. Thank you, Director Nelson. And Thank you for sharing about your job shadow experience at Saban. Job shadow leads to apprenticeship in D11, so that's your next step. Okay. Director Ott.
Thank you. To the point about Crystal Apple Awards, I want to recognize that El Paso County PTA was the partner with the district on that, and along with our interim director or executive director of engagement, put that together. And parent groups and other community groups that are supporting our teachers should be appreciated themselves, but all of our partners are appreciated. So happy Teacher Appreciation Week, and thanks for teachers and many of our partners. I know I was at a school that a community group was providing breakfast for them, so that's another reason for the shout out. Also, just to recognize that art nights are happening. I know several of us made it to some of those this week, and concerts, as you mentioned, and some plays. All are still ongoing in the district. So check out a school near you for some of the fabulous events that are happening. Thanks.
Director Jurgensen.
Yeah, this month is, well, tonight on the consent agenda is the mental health awareness resolution. And so just wanted to bring your attention to that. It's posted in board docs for you. And just as a piece of saying, the suicide hotline is 988. Very simple. If you need help, if you're feeling lonely, any sort of thoughts, call that number and get the help that you need, English and Spanish. Other than that, I did attend Adam's art show last night. Mr. Kohler, the art teacher there, took an exorbitant amount of time matting and framing all the pictures. We got to listen to the orchestra play. There was one great cellist there. That's an instrument I learned to play in Carver, and I am actually picking back up now as an adult. And so that was cool to see that, seeing kids start with musical instruments. And then, yeah, some plays next week, and we'll soon be at the end of the school year. So here we go.
Dr. Bankus.
I would like to thank at the end of this year for the collegiality and the dedication that my fellow board members have shown throughout the course of this school year, and the work and time that we put in to make sure that we are doing your work. From teachers to parents to students, community members, this is why we are here. And I want to thank all of you for all the time that you've put in. I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to have open conversation so that we can get our ideas out on how to move the district forward. As we have said more than once, the superintendent is our only employee, and when we come together with a focus and he implements, then we know that District 11 is going in the right direction. Specifically, visits that you've heard us make, this board took on the opportunity, the obligation to make sure that we are in schools. As you've heard earlier, that's the reason we're all here. We want to see our kiddos in school. We want to see our teachers teaching. We want to see the folks in the cafeteria happy and being able to provide clean area with tasty food for every one of our children. You'll see on the agenda later today that we are also looking at fees so that cost will no longer be a barrier for our children to fully participate in everything that we are trying to provide. I do want to give a shout out to Brenda Miller, a fourth grade teacher at Taylor Elementary. Last time I taught was in a fourth grade classroom, and I have to say, if I thought I was ever going to go back and teach fourth grade again, I'd have to go back to school. She is outstanding, and believe it or not, she got every one of those children to have a clean desk. And I asked the kids, do your rooms look this clean? No. It was adorable. They also had a talent show. And to all the parents who attended and to all of you who attend and the people who are listening, please do attend your schools. I still go to Doherty plays. I don't have kids in school anymore. I want to be supportive. I want the kids to know that being a lifelong learner means that it just doesn't end when you stop having kids in school. We are all in this together. We heard the word collaboration. When we have conversations amongst our divides, that's how we are able to find consensus, and it's an important piece for us to work together to move this district forward, not at a reckless pace, but in a deliberate way in which we want to listen to, be cognizant of the desires, and yet holding our goal so everyone knows what that goal is. And you see them on the board profiles up there. You've heard it in some of the comments today, and I appreciate all the work that we have done. I also attended the Twain Field Day. and it was also very well attended. And somebody had said something about rumors, and you will hear later today we're approving contracts so that we can improve our bathrooms. Please keep in mind that the bathrooms will remain boys' bathrooms, girls' bathrooms. Yes, there was another rumor out there. It doesn't bode well when we listen to rumors. So check your resources, check your facts, ask a board member that we are here. We've got lots of opinions. We'll be glad to share them. Thank you all. And Teacher Appreciation Week is really all year long. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bankus, and I'll wrap up with a few of my own comments. This past Friday, I had the opportunity to attend the orchestra performance by the students at Thomas McLaren School, which is going to become a District 11 under the District 11 portfolio of schools. And this performance was at the Pikes Peak Center. There were about 600 to 700 students from various grade levels who performed. 2,000 plus seats at the Pikes Peak Center, and it was packed all the way up to the balcony section with parents, families, and friends. Impressive turnout, and it was so well organized. Executive Director Mary Faithall spoke glowingly to the 2,000 people in the audience of the upcoming partnership with Colorado Springs School District 11 and how it will mutually benefit and push all of us to excellence. She reminded the audience how the school started 15 years back with about 70 students. 15 years later, they have over 1,000 students and packed the Pikes Peak Center with excellent parent and community engagement. And the students gave an outstanding performance that evening and brought the house down. That evening, honestly, I had a lot of things weighing on my mind as I walked into the Pikes Peak Center. It had been a stressful week on many levels. And then you listen to those students perform, it's pure joy. And they lifted my spirits up. And at the core, you also get an affirmation why we as school board members choose to serve in this role, to help students thrive and succeed. And the joy and pride in those students' faces as they performed, you can see that they not only rose to the high expectations set by the teachers and staff, they exceeded it. I witnessed excellence in that auditorium that evening, and I wanted to give a huge shout out to Thomas McLaren staff and students. So the next day, on Saturday, I attended the D11 elementary school robotics competition at the Wasson Academic Campus. Around 20 of our elementary schools with more than 300 of our own students from kindergarten to 5th grade participated and competed. This is just the second year for this competition, and the number of students competing has grown exponentially from the first year. Seeing the kinder to 5th grade student interested in STEM activities and coding at such a young age and getting them interested in science and math pathways, that was exciting and excellence in action. And across the field at Gary Berry Stadium, I just walked over, the Doherty Spartan Track and Field Invitational had about 25 schools from around the region competing, and the picture on the screen are the Spartan seniors who are graduating this year, and they were recognized at midfield, and that was excellence in athletics that I got to witness. And so my takeaway from all these events, especially as we approach the end of the school year, and I've had the opportunity over this school year to visit several schools, and from Trailblazer in the northwest corner to McAuliffe in the southeast corner of our district, from Midland in the southwest to Freedom Elementary in the northeast, and all the schools in between, I see great strides being made to deliver high quality instruction in classrooms and supporting our students in their pursuit of academics, arts, athletics, and extracurricular goals. Our end of the year school testing data, which Superintendent Gall shared in the superintendent's report and will be presented more extensively next week, is highly promising and is proof that we are moving in the right direction. Is there more to be done? Absolutely, but no one can deny we are shifting the school district to a culture of excellence. We reek of excellence from one end of the school district to the other end, and that is a huge cultural shift. I will end with this. Without mentioning names, over the last 3 years, one community member has been a vocal critic of the school board, commented at board meetings, emailed and criticized the board publicly numerous times. So I was pleasantly surprised to receive this latest email, and I quote from the email, quote, "I acknowledge your commitment to improving student outcomes, and District 11 has indeed made strides in this area," unquote. I will take that acknowledgement, even though the rest of the email went back to being critical. Right from day one, I have communicated that this board and this current board and the previous board that I served with, we are all about improving outcomes for our students and investing in our staff. Hold me, hold this board, and hold the superintendent accountable for delivering on that end goal. And what I share with you is what I came across at a Gazette article yesterday, starting teacher salaries for teachers from 2023-2024. I just want to remind the community, just 12 months back, we were at the bottom of this table, right at the very bottom of the table between Ellicott and Peyton out there at $41,000 for starting teacher salary, and languishing there at the bottom for the past decade. And now we are at the very top. And that does not happen in a vacuum. There is no bigger responsibility on this elected board than to ensure that the taxpayer dollars are being used effectively to improve student outcomes and staff supports. Our words and action demonstrate that we are fulfilling that moral and elected obligation. Hold us again and the superintendent accountable for delivering on the end outcomes. I want to thank all our teachers during this Teacher Appreciation Week, and we look forward to celebrating our students at upcoming graduations. Thank you. Moving on to the next item under special reports, it's Panorama Survey results. Superintendent.
Yeah, I'd like to have Valerie and team come forward. We would normally do this at a work session. The work sessions are pretty packed as we get to the end of the year. So I want the spirit of the board to be thinking of we are presenting to you data that we collect regularly every year as an indicator of where we see things working well and where there are some more opportunities. I do want to also acknowledge that Valerie has been working very hard. We started our day this morning before 8 o'clock at Pikes Peak State College on our Future Center Task Force work and had all the high school counselors from all of our high schools there. And Valerie did a phenomenal job in leading them to this evolution of how we can better serve our students. And so in reflection of how we better serve our students, Valerie, I'm going to ask you to take the clicker. Yeah, make sure it's on.
It is. Okay. Thank you, District 11 Board of Education. I want to introduce people that are standing up here with me because they play roles in this work as well. We have Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction, Liz Tenkate, our on track to graduate facilitator, Sarah Wilson. We have Alex Stexheimer here from Panorama, and we have Chris Brandt, our Director of Student Engagement. You guys can sit down if you want. They're going to help with questions later. So really, this is about how students feel about their learning and their school experience. And so we're getting that student perspective, and as we see them respond more favorably on these topics, it makes sense that we see academics increasing. And so I have good news to share with you this evening. So you will see that these measures that we're focusing on are the ones that are most closely tied to student achievement. And as we look at attendance, behavior, and coursework as our measures, and we use those measures for on track to graduate, we're constantly measuring and seeing where students are with those things. So what we saw this spring, these were the topics that we were focusing on. And this first one is really important. There's a reason why we listed self-efficacy at the top here. How much students believe they can succeed in achieving academic outcomes. We saw this increase significantly across all grades 3 through 12. And so this is our big celebration that students are feeling better about how they can do in school and feeling that encouragement and confidence. The other things that we're going to report on, learning strategies, how well they use strategies to manage their own learning, rigorous expectations. We know that this is part of Best First Instruction, how much students feel that their teachers hold high expectations around their effort, understanding persistence, and performance. Self-management. This is another part where our social emotional cognitive learning comes into play, how well students can manage their emotions, thoughts, and behaviors in different situations, because we know that that impacts their ability to learn and how they can engage. So I will have mostly good news. We have a couple growth areas that will make sense as we go through some of this data. So this is the one I was telling you about, where we saw these increases from fall to spring. And we also look at the spring to spring data because it's more, it's another comparison when you think about time of year, how students are feeling maybe about themselves and about school in spring a lot of times will vary from how they're feeling in the fall. But even still, in this measure in particular, we see a steady increase from fall to spring and from last year this time to this year during this time. Learning strategies, another one. I love seeing these trend lines going up. These are great things that we're seeing our students feeling better about in regards to their learning. Rigorous expectations. This is one where we saw a little bit of difference depending on the grade level. And so I really like this call out where the students really felt good about teachers encouraging them to do their best. And so we're seeing that teacher-student relationship and just belief in their students and encouragement that really goes a long way. Self-management, and this is one where we see higher percentages of students responding favorably overall. And so I think this is another thing that we can look at and say, okay, students are learning how to manage themselves so that they can be engaged in their learning. This is one where we're a little more flatlined and maybe even decreasing in some areas. This is probably not a surprise. I mean, we've seen that we're not unique in this struggle, that it's a nationwide thing, but I do have to applaud the efforts of our district because with Best First Instruction, as we look at increasing engagement with that, as we look at increasing engagement with access to pathways and programming and connecting their learning to real world and their future, I think we're going to see these increase. And we're seeing a lot of efforts go into that, and so that's my expectation with student engagement. We're also looking at family engagement and two-way communication. There's all kinds of departments doing different strategies and action plans to help with student engagement. Sense of belonging. This is another one I think that sometimes has had a bit of a struggle, especially I think as students coming back from the pandemic. And so we've been focusing, teacher-student relationships and offering opportunities for students to become more involved in clubs and activities and other ways they can be involved in school that's really going to align with their interests. And so I appreciate you looking at access through the fees that we charge, just so students have more opportunity and can feel that sense of belonging when they find their thing that excites them about being at school and their group that they feel like they can belong to. So as we look at what's next, some of these things are continuing, and I think that's part of the strategy here. We keep going because we see that this is having an impact. We're looking at what different school-wide needs are, helping them with their Unified Improvement Plan and using this data to inform some of that, getting at some of the underlying data, looking at which groups of students might need extra support in different areas, and then looking at how that ties to academic outcomes and behaviors. And we will continue some of the good work that's been happening where we're sharing results with families, looking at action steps, seeing what we can do to support the social emotional cognitive learning, and continuing to collaborate with our families, schools, and community, and supporting the whole child. All right.
So I want to open up to questions for the board and just really highlight, if you go all the way back to the original definition slide, The Panorama Survey can measure many different things, and I just really appreciate on behalf, Tamara's not here tonight, she's out speaking about some of our strong contracting opportunities and our tutoring successes. There you go, that one right here. The shift that we've made this year is that what we want to be looking at is our social emotional cognitive learning and the survey topics that we think are going to, you can tell by the definitions, lead us to understand what is and what's not happening on this idea of raising our expectations and to committing to excellence in the educational opportunity for all our students. So I'll pause there and open up to the board.
Thank you.
Someone else that's not here, I should have said, Dr. Jennifer Schulte has been leading this work for many years. She is our student engagement facilitator. So anyway, just her name should be mentioned because she's been doing this work for a long time.
Dr. Bankus.
I am looking at some of these numbers when we get to middle school and high school. And we come every board meeting and we have all these wonderful students who are so engaged. And they're not the same students over and over again. This is a wide compendium of participation. And yet I'm looking at these numbers. Sense of belonging as it goes into high school just gets less and less. We have our future centers, we have clubs, we have engagement, we have dedicated teachers. I just find it to be a dissonance that I can't seem to wrap my head around.
Yeah. A couple things I will venture to say about that, and then I'll open it up to any of the rest of our people here if they want to. So we have one future center that's piloted a few months now, and so I think the data will catch up to the efforts that have been coming forward. And so I think there's a little bit of lag there. Also, I love that we're celebrating students, and so many are coming to the board meetings and talking about their meaningful experiences. When we think about the total number of students that we have, and we think about how many students are responding to the survey, it's a lot bigger than that. And this is a chance, too, for them to basically have their voice heard and not necessarily be the kid that's asked to come to a board meeting. So it's really more an inclusive data, I guess you could say.
What was the response rate for high school?
Overall, it was 70%. I'd have to look specifically at high school.
If you could email that to me or to the board.
And I'll double down on Valerie's comments about lagging. We're moving very, very quickly as a district right now. So, it took us a year to stand those apprenticeships up. And there's a whopping 9 kids in those apprenticeships right now. But we're recognized in the state. We're the only urban school district in the state of Colorado to get funding from the state to continue to expand that, where we have a liaison who was actually the one who drove that event this morning. So you're going to see 9 turn to 18 or 25, but until it gets to 50 or 100, is it now going to be something that every kid is going to high school that thinks to themselves, how do I get an internship or an apprenticeship in my senior year? So we're moving with great intentionality to deliver. We made a decision to go to a common block schedule that increased the number of students at Palmer High School who participated in pathways by 147% in the first year. Now, I don't know if any of those kids will pursue that pathway for their final career, but that's about creating access. That's about creating opportunity. What we're seeing here is we're getting very positive responses from our students in mass that says, you can read that line as flat. We read those lines as not going down, because a year ago, particularly at the high school level, we were going down and the slope was very slippery. Our students are starting to respond. These are lagging types of indicators that tell us how students feel about their experience. We all know that even as adults, feelings change from day to day. This is a balance between the subjective and the objective way that we measure what it is that we are providing as a school district. We're pleased, particularly with the cognitive components of these, that show that the kids are being responsive to the best first instruction that we're placing in front of them.
And I know Alex shared with me that is a trend as we see students that kind of the favorable responses are much higher in elementary, and then they do tend to slide a little. So anyway, but we are working on it.
Dr. Jurgensen.
Yeah, you were mentioning that, and that's what we've already seen is that engagement piece and sense of belonging as kids get older and more independent, right? And I taught middle school, and just the change from 6th grade to 8th grade the dynamics of that is just remarkable, watching students change in that short 3 years. But just a note of mention, this survey data is definitely data that we use to inform us as a district, that Superintendent Gall uses for his team. But out of respect to policy AKB, parents have the right to opt out of this survey, just as a friendly reminder that if you don't want your students to have this survey, you're able to opt out of it. But you can see that we are using the data tonight to make decisions and to use them as lagging indicators and leading indicators where available. So just a point of clarification and a review.
Director Nelson.
Yeah, I actually was going to say something similar, just a reminder to families that there's an option to opt out of this survey, and I encourage you to go read the questions and see what we're asking. Some of them are very personal questions. So I just want to make certain our families are aware and also understand, like the question about how hopeful do you feel about life, how are we using that? Or like if a child marks that they don't have hope, does that get kicked over to their parents and or counselor, letting them know, hey, this may be a concern?
So thanks for asking that. The overall student report is shared with parents. That's still my understanding. And so parents are getting that information. And then as far as the counselors have access to student level data as well. And so this is really meant, when we, and I kind of get maybe where you're going with this. We do have other more direct questions we ask students when we do some of our mental health classroom guidance, or we have our signs of suicide, things like that. Then it's very direct about, have you thought, have you had these thoughts? And that's when we immediately, we're taking action that same day and letting parents know. And so this survey is a little bit different when we're just asking, hope in general. There's still some check-ins that happen, but it's different than the other check-ins that we do when we're really teaching about mental health.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is we're trying to get a sense of how we're doing and, if students feel safe in our schools. And so those kinds of questions are the ones that I personally struggle with. Like, how does that help us as a district? Our purpose is to educate students, and then we're asking some immensely personal questions. I want to understand, what are we doing with that information? And then how will that follow a student going forward? I mean, that's, in their record now that they answered certain ways on certain questions that are very personal. So just want families to be informed and make sure you're aware of the questions we're asking. And I guess I just wonder also, can you explain the difference between our 5 Essentials survey, and we have student questions for that as well. So how are they different, the Panorama versus 5E, and why do we need both?
Right. Actually, if Dr. Kolicki wouldn't mind coming to help answer that, I'd really appreciate it, because he's our 5Es expert.
Yeah, thanks for that question. It's a really good one, because we are absolutely dedicated and committed to minimizing survey, definitely survey fatigue and over surveying just for time constraints. So the 5E is used primarily by building leaders and teams because it's reported at the school level. So it doesn't report at the student level, so you don't know individual student outcomes. So they look at it as a school climate and culture survey primarily. So how are students experiencing their learning, and how are teachers experiencing their teaching? Where Panorama is truly social emotional, talking about grit, talking about perseverance, talking about those things that are kind of more intrinsic to the student that we can then start to use and look at the individual student level. One possible usage for a previous question that's coming up that we're talking to mostly Dr. Schulte, but also the entire team, is being able to utilize Panorama, because it does report at the student level, to test the efficacy of different interventions that are more social emotional learning based rather than like a STAR academic assessment based. So there might be some type of intervention that is looking at improving grit, say, Panorama is an excellent opportunity to use data to be able to use to evaluate the efficacy of those types of programs. So that would be another use case for Panorama that would not be provided by 5E. But in summary, I would say that the 5E is used at the building level to really gauge climate and culture and learning, kind of the learning environment itself. Panorama is used at the student level to look at the intrinsic characteristics that students are feeling towards their learning and towards their schooling in D11.
Okay. My one last comment is on the website, when it speaks to the scope of the survey, it talks about its grades 3 through 12, but there are also teacher surveys for K through 12. And so could we just add that explanation on the website as well? Because I think that piece is missing, that K through 12 teachers answer the survey for every one of their students, unless parents opt out. Then that also, the opt-out is for the student and for the teacher not answering for their student.
Okay, that's a superintendent call request. Okay.
Yes, we can do
okay,
that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing no further comments up here, so thank you so much. Thank you for presenting this report at this time and providing an update on what's happening with our students.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item on the agenda, consent items. Director Carey, can you please make the motion to adopt the consent items?
I would love to. I move that the Board of Education adopts all consent items as designated in the agenda. The consent items are F2, approval of April 24, 2024 regular meeting minutes. F3, approval of May 1st, 2024 special meeting minutes. F4, personnel recommendations, May 8th, 2024. F5, Resolution 2024-41, Mental Health Awareness Month. F6, Resolution 2024-42, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. F7, Policy GBEE, Technology Resources and Internet Safety Responsible Use for Staff.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Melissa.
Director Benkes? Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
And Director Backus is joining us now. Consent items.
Oh, aye. Director Benkes? Aye.
The consent items have been adopted as presented. Moving on to the action items. The first one is the contract award for middle school bathroom upgrades. Director Ott, can you please make the motion for action item G1?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approves contract C 2024-1018 and awards Nunn Construction Incorporated in the amount of $2,991,537 and allows an additional 10% cost increase for any approved contract modifications without further board contract approval. The period of performance for this project is May 9th, 2024 through September 1st, 2024.
Second. Moved and seconded. This information is new. Superintendent Gall has stepped out, so I'm going to reach out to Ms. Odom. Do you want to introduce this topic, Ms. Odom?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Good evening, Board of Education. I have a 3-minute presentation, so I'll go as quick as I can. With us tonight from Nunn Construction is going to be the General Superintendent for the projects, and his name is Mr. Jason Boring. Thank you for coming tonight. We also have our district team, which includes Miss Jennifer Hotaling, who's with us tonight, Miss Hannah White, and Miss Chris Sandoval. I think it's important to give some context in the background how this project came to be. Annually, our district conducts 5 essential surveys, as Dr. Kolicki was just covering, and they obtain data from staff, parents, and students. The March 2022 report identified that students across the district had a common concern about safety. And knowing that the survey seeks to identify whether students feel safe inside the school, outside the school, and on a bus, if applicable, further conversation was warranted. Educational Insights and middle school principals developed focus groups using design thinking strategies, and they invited middle school students to participate and have conversation on this topic. The investment in middle school remodels was the highest identified outcome from this focus group. Currently, school security conducts bathroom checks during every passing period every day. The construction contract I'm bringing to you tonight will remodel 1 boy and 1 girl bathroom at each of the 6 middle schools identified in the board agenda. The contract approach we are using for this is called a CMGC contract, Construction Management General Contractor, and as such comes with a guaranteed maximum price from non-construction. As reflected in the board agenda, the design effort was competitively awarded to RTA, and their design is for a fully encased, floor-to-ceiling, individual bathroom stall with locking doors. The floor plan hung on the agenda reflects a total of 5 stalls in each of the boys' and girls' bathroom. Each one has a wheelchair-accessible stall. This construction effort was competitively sourced, and proposals were evaluated using best value procedures. Non-construction was evaluated as the top-ranked general contractor for this project. Below are the following noted strengths of their proposal. They had an extremely detailed and thorough plan. They have qualified and experienced teams for this project. They demonstrate strong, recent, relevant past performance, and their construction schedule is aligned to their approach and has realistic timelines. And finally, their fees. Not only were they the lowest, but they were reasonable and realistic, which ranked them as the overall best value. The contract that is in front of you for approval has all of our standard contract terms and conditions. It comes with a guaranteed maximum price of $2,991,537, pending any other modifications. 1-year warranty on materials and workmanship, liquidated damages. It allows for progress payments for actual work completed. And because of the amount of ESSER funding, we will be performing labor wage compliance checks as required by federal law. The contract schedule, as identified in the agenda, is slightly different that I bring to you tonight. It will start on May 9th, but it will end September 13th. That is work on site. Work will be performing while school is in session in a non-invasive interfering basis. But because we had planned to bring this at the end of the April meeting, we had to shift the September 1 to September 13th completion date. The contractor will reach final completion of the project, including inspections, remedying any punch list items, and submitting all applicable project closeout documents no later than September 19th in order to meet the ESSER timelines. This concludes my overview. At this time, I turn it back over to the board for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Odom. Board, any questions on this? Dr. Bankus brought about concern that a community member had expressed that bathrooms are going to be separated, and you can confirm that?
I can confirm that.
Okay, thank you. And I was referring to the boys and the girls' bathroom being separate. Unfounded concern, sometimes rumors spread. We just want to make sure that we are being factual about it when we present information up here. Thank you for being also here, sir, and we look forward to this partnership with you, and this is going to benefit our students when they return back in the fall. It's been a concern that our bathrooms are safe, and hopefully this can happen. One quick question. I mean, in middle school, there has been a concern about vaping in bathrooms and things like those. Would we install like a vape detector or something like that too?
Yes, there's vape detection in each stall.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. And hopefully the project will get completed on time with minimal interruption for the instructional environment. Roll call, please. Oh, there is a question? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see it.
I added at the last minute. This is part of work that's happening across the district, and there's other middle schools that will also be having renovations. So will we be getting those contracts in the coming weeks as well for that work to start this summer, or is that in the future?
I'll have to defer that question to Jen Hotelling.
Can you give me a little more?
I thought other middle schools were also going to have bathroom renovations.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so these are the projects that are going to get funded through ESSER. Once the COP moves forward, we'll bring back another set of contracts, and then we'll also, when the board approves the budget, there will be an MLO-funded bathroom renovation as well. But because that funding isn't established yet, we're not under contract for that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Milpackham?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The contract has been awarded as presented. And thank you for being here. And we look forward to brand new bathrooms in our middle schools in the fall. At least one bathroom at every middle school.
Thank you very much.
Director Hafley, can you please make the motion for action item G2?
Absolutely. I move that the Board of Education approves the budget transfer of $45,000 for the purchase of HR Acuity.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Again, this is new information, and since Superintendent Gall has stepped outside, I'm going to look at Ms. Jennifer Harris. Do you want to come up and provide some information to the board on this?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for your time tonight. I first wanted to start out with some really exciting data from our talent management team. Since this time last year, for our job postings, 64% of requests were requests to be posted. The jobs were posted within 3 days or less. For this year, we increased our percentage to 94% of all of our requested jobs to be posted have been posted in 3 days or less. So really excited about that. And regarding our job offers, this time last year, 54.6 of job offers were being given in 5 days or less. And this year, the percentage has raised or increased to 85.2% of all job offers have been given in 5 days or less. So really excited about the systems improvements that we've been able to make as a talent management team. In order to continue to make systems improvements and streamline our processes, we are in need of purchasing a platform for our employee relations cases to be able to ensure that we have proper documentation and we're able to gather proper data to support our employees of the district. And so HR Acuity will provide this for us and will help continue to transform our systems and processes to streamline the work and ensure that we've got some real focuses on our employee relations situations. We are moving forward with not asking the district for additional money, but actually asking for a transfer of current funds within our own budget, moving it from our sub-incentive line item into our other purchase services line item. We have plenty of funds for our sub-incentives, so that's not an issue at all. We won't be draining that account to where our subs wouldn't receive any of that incentive money. And currently, subs receive incentives at the end of the year for taking an X number of positions throughout the year, and so we've got that all covered. And so we'd just be transferring money that's the balance of that into the other line item.
Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate you coming and talking about, and this is just a budget transfer within your own department. So,
yes. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey.
Director Carey has stepped out.
Director Hafley.
Aye.
Director Jorgensen.
Aye.
Director Malpacum.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye. Good job, team.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The budget transfer has been approved. Moving on to the next item on the action agenda, budget transfer, capital program contingency transfer. Director Jorgensen, can you please make the motion for action item G3?
Yes, I move that the Board of Education approves the capital reserve contingency transfer for $500,000 to initiate the projects as indicated.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Again, this is new information, and Ms. Hoteling is up here to present this information to the board.
Good evening, Board of Directors. We're here to continue partnering and making academics and areas in District 11 as great as possible going forward. So four of these requests are for the Gifted Magnet Program schools that are receiving those program changes this coming fall. So we would like to get some furniture in place prior to those schools opening up. And to do that, we needed to come and do a request at this point because it takes about 12 weeks to get furniture. As part of the request that we're submitting tonight, at the end of the year, we do a look at the budget, and we have funding if it hasn't been spent on projects because we've allocated more than what was needed. Then that funding rolls over and we use it the next year. That's where this funding is coming from for these programs. So we had budgeted for furniture in FY25, and we're just asking to utilize that funding now so we can have those programs ready to go. So, and that's for the ones that are at Fremont, Stratton, Holmes, and Sabin.
Freedom.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freedom. Sorry. My apologies, Freedom. The other two requests we have for projects, two of them are at Queen Palmer Elementary School. Queen Palmer's expanding their preschool programming. And
Audubon. It says Audubon on the...
Oh, Audubon. So we have one for Audubon too. Audubon's the playground program. Sorry if I didn't go in the right order. Audubon's playground is not adequately sized for the third offering of preschool that they're going to be adding to Audubon in the coming year. So we're going to do a little bit of improvements to their playground and have it ready for their third preschool offering. Queen Palmer currently has an HVAC project that's going on right now. As part of that HVAC project, the time for making modifications is ideal for one of the spaces there to have multi-use. They have a SPED program and they need to divide the room for better use. So it allows us to get the mechanical pieces of that done currently with the HVAC project that's going on, get the new walls, some ceiling changes and flooring changes in place, and some new furnitures for Queen Palmer's program there, and then upgrades for their preschool room as well.
Thank you. Any questions on these? Seeing none, it looks like some of our schools are going to, with the board approval shortly, we'll be getting new furniture, a preschool playground. Is that only for preschool?
Correct.
The playground at Audubon? It's not
Yes.
for the whole thing?
Just for preschool.
Just for the preschool, and then some other renovations at Queen Palmer. Roll call, please, Melissa.
Director Bankus.
Aye.
Director Carey.
Aye.
Director Hafley.
Aye.
Director Jorgensen.
Aye.
Director Malpacum.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The agenda item has been adopted as presented. Moving on to the next action agenda item, which is the academic master plan designations. Director Bankus, can you please make the motion for action item G4?
Yes. I move that the Board of Education approves the middle school pathway designations as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This item was first presented at a work session, and it came as a non-action item a couple of weeks back, and now is coming as an action item. Is there anything new to add on to what was presented to the board, Superintendent Gordon?
There's not.
Okay, I think the board has a lot of discussions on this, and I don't see any board members with any further questions or concerns. Roll call, please, Melissa.
Director Bankus.
Aye.
Director Carey.
Aye.
Director Hafley.
Aye.
Director Jorgensen.
Aye.
Director Malpacum.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. So the board has adopted the middle school pathway designations as presented, and we are looking forward to that. those schools as they progress. Moving on to the non-action item, the first item is student fees, fines, and charges for school year 2024-2025. And this information comes before the board annually for review and approval. And this is new information. I'll first turn it over to you, Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, I'm so excited to have Sherry brief you all on our work on fines and fees. This is where we came from, the big, hairy, audacious goal that said, how do we get to a place where families don't have to pay to participate in the extension of the school environment? We're not all the way there yet. We have a plan to be all the way there. But you want to talk about herding cats and comparing facts versus fiction. Sherry has spent an awful lot of time with the task force and now through the design process. And I hand the slides over to Sherry to give an update to the board.
Opportunity to talk with you tonight. As Mr. Gall said, last spring the superintendent and the school board tasked us with eliminating or significantly reducing student fees in D11. The goal was to increase student access to programs, activities, and extracurriculars by removing financial barriers. As we know, students who are engaged in extracurriculars and activities also tend to have better attendance, better school behavior, and they earn better grades. And of course, those are all goals that we are striving to achieve. And so last fall, we started with a small team of professionals to begin the work, quickly realized that we needed some additional voices around the table, and so our team grew to include both school and district leaders, teachers, and parents. I'm happy to report that we had 3 members of DAC join us throughout the design thinking process. We also began a partnership with Learner-Centered Collaborative in December in order to engage this group in that design thinking process. Our task force divided then into 3 smaller groups: technology, visual and performing arts, or VAPA, and athletics. The first task that these groups needed to undertake was to really and deeply understand their budgets, and we did this at a sustainability point. We don't want to ask you to put something in place that a year from now we have to undo because we didn't consider the sustainability factor. So each of those groups did a really deep dig to figure out what money was being collected, where exactly those funds were being spent, and how those expenditures align to the priorities and the visioning of that department. You might think about this a little bit like an onion. There are lots of layers to peel back. At each design thinking convening, we found a little more that we learned about and used in our work. Engaging in this deep work to truly understand budgets allows us, as I said, to build budgets that are sustainable over time. And so that deep dive was really crucial work. And it led to technical change work. Groups developed a sense of the budgetary support that they'll need from the district in order to make that change happen, to reduce student fees pretty significantly. And we've welcomed a partnership with Dr. Comfort to ensure that we can build the support into the 24-25 budget. We're not just asking schools to do without these funds, but finding other ways to fund programs rather than asking families to do that for us. And so the fee documents that you've seen on board docs represent a 50% reduction in student fees for the 24-25 school year. Once this budget understanding was developed, these groups each started a process that included understanding the needs of end users, and we defined end users as students, families, and classrooms. We brainstormed and developed lots of creative ideas. We prototyped and we tested, and all of that led to visioning, and as you heard Superintendent Gall mention, we set big, hairy, audacious goals. You might hear these referred to as BHAGs. And those were all tied to a long-term vision for each of those groups. You will see those represented in the slide deck and in the documents tonight, and that work really represents the transformational side of this change process and the work of the task force. We will continue this work in the 24-25 school year towards a goal of eliminating student fees completely by the 25-26 school year. We'll also identify areas that we still need to address in this work, such as field trips. Those are going to need a little bit of creative thinking and some big, hairy, audacious goals as well there. And so tonight you have a slide deck that outlines the work of those 3 subgroups, and that information includes long-range vision, budget findings, and some short-term action steps for the coming school year and some longer-term action steps that those groups will continue to move forward over the next few years. I do want to address a little bit of a concern that I heard today, I think as folks were starting to look at board docs publicly posted, and that was the fee, especially for high school yearbooks, will not be enough to cover those contracts. And so that is part of the work that we'll develop with Brandon as well to make sure that students can still purchase a yearbook and that we don't shortchange those contracts. The work is not quite as easy as we thought it might be, and I think is really going to put us into a good place, not only in terms of asking families not to have to contribute in a financial way, but really thinking about where we can take each of these groups as well as other groups and thinking about opportunities that we can provide for our students. So with that, Nicole is joining me because she is really our expert in the Design Thinking Lab. There is just a brief slide up that shows you a little bit more information. We have a full website dedicated to the work of this particular task force in the Design Lab as well, if you want to see more of their work, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Does Nicole have anything to share with us at this time? Okay, thank you. Board questions? Director Art.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in fees that we have expectations for students to participate in a class, and then we charge them a fee for it. Like to graduate, pay us money. And so do we require, like in high school, do we require students still to change out with a PE t-shirt? Do you know?
I would need to, is Chris Noel in the room? Chris, you want to join me?
Good evening, board. We do still require kids to change out, but they bring their own clothing for those. To state the question one more time, please.
Do we expect students, so there's a $4 charge here, do we expect and require students to have a PE t-shirt? In this case, I guess, that they buy it, and then we insist that they have a t-shirt from us?
I'm not 100% sure on on that fee particularly that falls under Jan Ulrich, but we do expect kids to always change out. Certain schools will have them dress out in school apparel, school t-shirt, and if a student can't afford that, we work through that process with them. Does that answer your question?
Oh, I'll chime in. The big, hairy, audacious goal is if you need to have a uniform on for PE, the school provides the uniform, period, dot. It's going to take us some time to get there. If that's not currently happening, you're highlighting the oxymoronic way of you have to pay to participate in the thing that's mandatory for you to be able to graduate. That's what we're trying to undo. Those are the things that are just no longer acceptable. Every time we bring students forward at the board meeting, and we go everywhere from athletics to visual and performing arts to junior ROTC to apprenticeships, every one of these kids is screaming how much they love their opportunity that they're getting. If children are restricted from that opportunity because there is some associated cost, we want to be the district that says anything that you could do at school is for free. That is just where we're driving towards. So I don't think we've gotten to that level of the classroom yet, participation. Most of the first wave of this has been at the higher, the conditions right now. If a second sport or a third event, you have to pay. Why? Why should you be penalized for wanting to be participant all year long?
I appreciate that. And when you speak to something like yearbook, I don't feel like every kid has to have a yearbook, but if we expect them to dress out, then you can see where my priorities are. This is required for you to graduate, and this is the expectation of your school. So $4 for a PE t-shirt, I'd rather see us go, here you go, have your t-shirt, versus, and I might not be understanding the yearbook option correctly, you know, every kid gets a free yearbook, but maybe that's yearbook class. And
I don't know if that's where we'll land. It could be, but that's part of that goal for the second year, is to figure out some of those optional pieces. And we will dig into this PE t-shirt specific piece to have a little more information and get that back to the board for you.
The other one that jumped out at me, well, two other things. One was the PSAT test. Do we require students to take the PSAT test?
Students are required to take that in the state of Colorado.
Right.
The fees that you'll see for testing are really for the no-shows, for students who are signed up to take something like an AP test and then do not show up for that opportunity.
Okay. Yes, because otherwise that one was very concerning.
Correct.
And then just an observation as I look at the prices, it seems to me like like uniforms and things like that for arts we are charging for still, and I understand where you want to get rid of those, and yet there's no athletic equivalent. It was just some interest that I saw, and I could have missed something amongst the documentation, but it just seemed like an interesting comparison.
Thanks.
Thank you. So going back to that yearbook, are we saying that the district is going to bear the cost if it goes over the contract amount? Like what you have said, the yearbook fee, and from what you were saying to us was that cost is going to be more than what the students have to pay. So are we essentially taking the rest of the cost?
Yes, if we cut that yearbook fee in half, as what's proposed in your documents this evening, then it is likely, we'll need to dig into this to find the specifics, and we can certainly get that information to you, but it is likely, at least for the 24-25 school year, that we would need to provide some support to schools to fully meet those contracts.
Okay. Director Banks.
Yes, this conversation came up last school year, and here we are a year later, and you've cut the fees by 50%. A great deal of gratitude goes to all the work that you and everyone else has done to make this possible, and in such a short time, without us having to think about how we're going to balance the budget, because I heard you say sustainability, and so I know that that balance is in place and that it's going forward in a physically responsible way. So again, on behalf of all the kids who participate, thank you.
Thank you, and it was truly a large group who contributed to this effort.
Director Hafley.
Just a quick question. Am I to understand then that the ID card replacement fee of $3 is no longer paid by the student? So if they lose their ID, they don't have to pay for a new one. They just just request a new one, and a new one's given to them?
Not yet. If we go to zero fees, then yes, that's where that would land.
Library books the same way, lost library books?
I want to jump in here. We're still defining the difference between what we think is an opportunity and then what is a level of accountability. And so if I'll shift it from the ID cards, we certainly lose a lot of money on damage to electronic equipment, but we spend almost as much money in trying to recover the lost money. So I'm asking the IT team to think a little bit differently about some of the IT equipment that we might track as a loss that really is an expendable device. Now, there's always going to be some level of egregious nature of where somebody is going to have accountability. We will not be allowing kids to have to print out ID cards every day. It is suspect of a much larger problem if that's where we're at. So we will, what you see right now is the existing list of fees, and I think what you see is it is exhausting that we have lost ID card in the same thing that says access to a second or third sport or extracurricular activity. The priority is how is it that we have our students engaged in the learning environment and an extension of that? How do we provide that where we think the truest equity is that costs, every taxpayer pays the same amount of taxes to come to our schools. Every taxpayer ought to have equal and as much free access as possible to those programs. The fees part of this sometimes, or the penalties part, I want to try and separate that out, and we will take that for action to make sure we present that more clearly.
And
okay, go ahead.
if I can add a piece to that, the IT subgroup really was the group that started to dig into the difference between a fee and a fine, and has some pretty creative ideas. You'll see the beginnings of some of those for some ways that we might start to limit and reduce loss in the first place, so that we're not reaching a point where we're having to fine students and families for lost or broken IT. Those aren't fully developed and fleshed out yet. That will be the work of that group next year as well.
Okay, and as a complete aside, Mr. Knoll, it's good to see you in red and gold.
Well, Mr. Knoll, do you want to, I'll give you the counter to be able to celebrate the reason why you're in red and gold. Not that he doesn't love the Cougars.
He looks good in red and gold, that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, ma'am. Tonight we hosted the first ever Chassa State playoff soccer game at Coronado High School. That doesn't happen without your yes vote. So we, in my 6 years as the district AD, we have not hosted a playoff game. We firmly believe that us playing on our campuses is having a major impact on the way our kids are performing. It was also a packed house. And yes, we are working on a bleacher solution. Yes, sir. So we did not. It was a 1-0 game late into the game. Took some chances, and we ended up losing by two.
They were excited about playing, that's for sure.
And the West Side was unbelievably excited about being there. Yes, ma'am.
And playing in the brand new Coronado field. So.
Yes, sir.
You're done with your questions. Director Nelson.
So what are we looking at for total cost to the district that we've already reduced 50%? And is that reflected in the PBDA that we covered a couple weeks ago, that we have the $6.4 million mismatch?
I'm so glad that my friend Brandon is
Yeah, so we've set aside about $250,000 to cover about half of our fees. That is represented already in the non-recurring part of our PBDA. It's not a new cost to the district. We were able to address some funding of other initiatives to ensure that we're able to acknowledge the movement on this. Ms. Callback did a great job in speaking to the fact of the only way that we reduce fees and fines is not just by the district paying more for that, but also by our departments changing the priorities that they have around fees and fines. And so they need space and time to do that. And so by going to a 50% reduction, they're going to be going through even more significant work about how they prioritize these opportunities within their department budgets. So we will see the impact to the district budget decrease over time, but we are fronting the cost right now for that.
Okay, and you said it was through non-recurring dollars for this next school year?
Correct.
And so then the departments will take their current budgets and find money?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I want to hear.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we had that honest conversation very early in this work that Ms. Callback was leading. And so we're going to see how far they can get in squeezing their budgets next year, and then we'll come to the board if there's a need to kind of backfill that to any level.
Okay, and I know we're being a lot more strategic and intentional with the dollars. It's really exciting what we're doing with the budget, and I still have ideas of where I think we could go of just meeting students' needs. And so I think there's going to be continuing conversations for the board to decide what are the priorities, where do we want to put the dollars, and so this will need to be a part of that conversation, definitely going forward.
Director Carey.
Yeah, this is just my opinion as one board member, but I do not like grouping fees and fines together. Fees makes total sense to me. We're a public institution, we're a public school. When I was doing my initial round of visiting schools, a lot of the principals spoke to me with a good deal of pride in the work that they do, with students from poverty or even homeless students. And so saying, we're a public institution, nothing that we do should be gate kept behind a fee, that makes total sense to me. 2 enthusiastic thumbs up for that. But a fine is something else entirely, right? A fine is, as Director Hafley mentioned, ensuring a certain amount of accountability, a certain amount of responsibility, whether that's for an ID or a library book or electronics. You know, when I was doing organic chemistry lab at CU Boulder, or no, this would have been at UW-Madison as an undergrad, my bad. If I broke glassware, it was thrown onto my tuition because those things ain't cheap. And I know that as, you know, a PhD in chemistry. So I don't want us to be in the business of reducing skin in the game and having students not be held accountable and incentivized. Now, I know that things happen, right? We had a policy change recently about, you know, when teacher equipment gets damaged, we added the word, you know, willfully negligent or something along those lines. So I get it that accidents happen. I would just really strongly encourage you to keep those two categories separate. Fees, absolutely. If we can get rid of them in a fiscally responsible way, let's totally do it. Fines, much less certain about that being a good idea.
Thank you. That is really something that all three of the groups, and I would say especially the IT group, very much grappled with all through this year, and I think will continue to next year. So I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you, Director Carey, for that feedback. I think along the same lines as you do on this, and I think Superintendent Gall addressed that as opportunity cost versus accountability cost, and we certainly want to ensure when there is neglect of district property, then we do hold the students and their families accountable if they can afford it, and you can go about recovering some of those costs. Seeing no further questions from the board, this item will move to action. Is there any further guidance that you want to provide before it comes to action? Is the board comfortable with moving this to action? Director Bankus.
I would also like to second my colleague in the sense that there is some accountability as they continue to work through the schedule.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the district has that for action. So, you know, part of this work is just really uncovering how it is we got where we got to. And so the big, hairy, audacious goal is not to let people off the hook for fines. It's to allow people to get access to the quality program that we have for free. But this is the fines and fees policy. And so now we're having to peel those two things apart. But we have that for action. We share your intent.
You have. Director Jurgens.
I would just ask if there's the ability to move these to consent instead of action. I would.
Can this be moved to consent since these are...
You're not going to edit it.
Yeah. Yes. I just want to make sure that there is no requirement that this has to go a non-action action. It can be moved to consent. Okay. Is the board comfortable moving it to consent? Okay. Well, then this item will move to consent. And we look forward to that. Okay, moving on.
Thank you.
Well, now we are on to the policy conversation, and it's 8:45 in the evening. The first item on the agenda is policy BG. This information came before the board during the May 1st work session, and I'm going to set up by providing a little bit of context and then turn it over to Superintendent Gall so he can also add additional information. So the board had the opportunity over several meetings, including at a board retreat and last week's work session, to have several discussions about the policy process itself. After reviewing several versions of policy BG, the board agreed to move policy BG 2.0 version to non-action, which was presented at the work session last week. Board members also had the opportunity to provide revision suggestions to policy BG 2.0 over the past several days. Those revisions were tabulated, they were compiled together. What was provided to me, they were all compiled together, and those revisions were forwarded to administration for input and feedback. Every revision was carefully reviewed, it was thoughtfully considered, and the corresponding action that was taken to every revision was communicated to the board. And this in turn resulted in a modified revised version of policy BG, which is policy BG 3.0. It addresses several of the revision suggestions that was forwarded to the board. And that's where we are at this point in time. It's policy BG 3.0 that was forwarded to the board and is loaded on board docs. Superintendent Gall, do you have any?
Just the appreciation for how this part of the process worked. In the work session last week, we talked about you collecting as the board president and then sharing that with the administration, of which generated 3.0 version, which is now loaded and for your all discussion and or advancement.
Thank you. And I do want to thank the administration too. All this was turned over to you on, I think, Sunday evening or Monday morning, early morning, when I was able to compile and give it to you. And you put in yeoman's amount of work, Ms. Artmer, Dr. X, and several other people behind trying to diligently address each and every one of those revision items. And that took considerable amount of your time and energy. So from the board side, we appreciate all the feedback that you provided and then compiled it into policy BG 3.0. With that, I'm going to look to the board director Hafley first.
Considering the amount of discussion we've had and the edits that we've gone through, I'd like to make a motion for a thumbs up to go straight to consent.
Okay. Is there, okay. I'm looking at the fingers up there, and Director Hafley moved that, and I see 5 of them up there. Okay. I have 5 thumbs up to move it to consent, and that being the will of the board, so this moves to consent. Director Art, do you have a comment?
Yeah, point of order. I believe one board member can keep it off of consent.
You can pull it off consent when it comes as an action.
Yes. I seem to remember that one board member can keep it from going to consent, but I'm happy to pull it from consent next
Okay.
time.
Do you have any thoughts that you want to add at this point in time before we proceed, so we can gather your feedback in a timely manner? Knowing that it is going to move into consent, but if you have any thoughts that you want to express at this point in time, I do want to open it up for your thoughts and feedback.
Thank you. I just want some concern I had with this policy, and I agree, we have discussed this to a great extent, and I will probably vote for it in its current state, but I did want to just double check. The feedback we've been getting, of course, is board owns policy. I understand that. And superintendent owns the regulations. But in some of the feedback we got, I just want to have a comment maybe from the superintendent about his thoughts on how the board would get the feedback on the question, of keeping things up to date. And I know that there's a line in here, the superintendent shall be responsible for calling to the board's attention all policies that are out of date or for other reasons appear to need revision. But my question is, once something like that is done, can the board expect staff assistance from relevant departments in rewriting the policy? Because I don't want us up here trying to look back to changes from the legislature and individually or in a work session even trying to rewrite that policy.
Yeah, I think what my comment, and I can follow up by email with a more, if you want to give me the question again in email so I can give you a more robust answer, would be the demonstration of how this went last week is our commitment, at least during my time in the administration, which is if we can get singularly collected thoughts from one point at the board through me, then I can address that to the admin team. Then the admin team can provide those recommended edits, as we did here for BG 3.0, for the board's discussion. What we had felt before was lots of cooks in the kitchen and not a lot of clarity of where it was the admin is supposed to be responsive to. And so that's a challenge for the admin. And again, as a couple of public comments had highlighted before, I'm the sole employee of the board, and they all see each one of you as completely omnipotent. Each time an email or a conversation will come from you, they feel as if that is on behalf of the entirety of the board. Even if the language is I'm speaking as an individual, or what do you think about this topic, then we're crossing a line where the admin doesn't know how to respond. And so I think if we can ensure that that conduit remains, and it doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't have to be the board president, it's whoever the board appoints per policy, then that comes to me, then we bring the subject matter expert in. Chris Brand is sitting here waiting for the next topic to then be that subject matter expert to be able to deliver on that. But where we were, and again, if I pick on Mr. Brandt for attendance, before we kind of did the policy reset, was everything from an email from a community member that's 3 or 4 pages long, to an individual board member who wants it to be a lot less, to another board member who likes what they had but a different edit from there before. That's a Rubik's Cube that even Chris is not going to be able to solve. So this current administration is all in on this mini reset. And again, as the employee of the board, if we don't meet that expectation, I certainly would like to be able to hear that and then be able to adjust my team's responses accordingly.
So my expectation, and also the board's expectation as written in policy, is the superintendent will be responsible for calling the board's attention to ensure that all policies that are out of date or for other reasons appear to need revision, they will bring it to our attention. And when they bring it to our attention, it will come with a recommendation as to what the revisions should be. If that is what the nature of your question was, I think that would be the recommendation. It would be like after every legislative sessions, sometimes policies need to be revised, and those revisions will come from the superintendent and his administrative team to the board. And the last thing that the superintendent addressed out there was having that type of policy person, and we can talk about that at the board retreat that is coming up. It's tentatively scheduled for June 5th at this time, and when we collectively get together, is that going to be an opportunity for all of us to decide if we want to have one person on the board as the policy person, then we will communicate through that person to the administrative team. Director Carey.
I hopefully have a very, very, very minor point.
Sure.
First of all, I want to just recognize President Melpacum, your really terrific work in assembling together all of the feedback that you got. I know I sent you a very long and meandering and not very tight email. And when I was looking at your table of all the people proposing changes, I saw that Director Nelson submitted a bunch of suggestions. Director Ott did. I'm sure their emails were much more focused than mine. So I think you did a really nice job with BG 3.0. Congratulations to you and the rest of the administration team who helped you. The very minor point that I wanted to ask is, there's language that says that staff will be informed of all policy changes on a quarterly basis. In this meeting, we've had a lot of moments of saying, well, there's this information out there, there's this other information out there, there's concerns about rumors. Is there any reason why we wouldn't inform staff immediately when a policy changes, if it's relevant to their work?
And what I will say to you, and maybe that happens to that relevant department, but at the end of every quarter, they compile a list of policies that have been changed and send it to everybody. That happens. Is that?
That's exactly it. The quarterly report is just a nice table that summarizes everything, but relevant departments are notified immediately, and usually they're here, as Mr. Brandt is tonight, when they're directly impacted.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
And I appreciate your feedback, Director Carey, but it wasn't me. It was the team out there that did all the work. I did compile all of it in that first 3 columns of the table, but they put a significant amount of time and energy in reviewing everyone and trying diligently as best as possible to address every one of it. And what I will share with the community out there, we did have significant amount of thought and input in that work session up there. And this is a new way of us, the board, addressing policy. it certainly does not mean that community input and feedback and stakeholder feedback is going to be ignored in this process. In fact, there is going to be multiple opportunities for our community to weigh in through public comments, through emails, and there is also, as we go about the policy revision process, Mr. Matt Cook was out there. He encouraged the board to go out into the community and engage with the community and get that feedback and bring that feedback to the superintendent. And as the superintendent develops those regulations, he is going to communicate with this expert team of members. So we certainly understand that this is a new way of going about policies. And 6 months, 8 months down the road, as we go through this process, if we have new opportunities out there that have not been addressed in this, we will certainly revisit at that point in time and revise this policy. That's always at the discretion of the board. But we are just starting with this process at this time and going forth. With that, seeing no further questions on this item, this will move to consent as per the board's request. And if the board has additional questions, please reach out to me through Superintendent Gall. That's kind of the process that we have worked with, and we will try to answer those questions in a timely manner before it comes as consent. So hopefully we don't have to pull it out of consent at that point in time. Okay, moving on. Next item is the attendance policy series. Again, these attendance policy series came before the board first at the March 6th work session, then April 10th, and most recently at the May 1st work session. So again, to provide some context for the community and the who didn't get to watch the work session at that point in time, the board agreed that we were going to lift the policy to a higher level. It is going to express the values and the principles behind which the board is going to operate. The operational details inside the policy is going to be pulled into regulations, and we are going to direct the superintendent to develop those regulations and bring it back to the board in a timely manner to share those regulations with us and also communicate to the his staff and the community, so there is a consistent attendance policy that is being implemented at every level in elementary, middle, and high schools. With that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent Gall.
Mr. Brandt?
Okay. So if you can provide a brief summary of what is there in front of you.
Good evening, board. Yes. What you have in front of you tonight is very similar to what was presented last week, with some alignment, again, closer to CASB, giving a kind of broader, bigger picture presentation. So it is very similar to what was there last week, thinned out to even more closely aligned to CASB, and provide just that overarching guidance to then allow us to do the operationalization of it through Mr. Gall and our department to come back with the specifics and the details through regulations and other guiding documents.
Could you pull that cover sheet up so we have an idea what are?
Yep. So.
Yep.
Revised policies that are being recommended are JEA, JH, JHB, JLIB, and then there are 2 repealed policies being recommended, JHD and JHR1.
And if you can go back to that previous page. Yeah, the agenda item. So JHD that we are repealing is the CASB JF.
Yes. So I put CASB's recommended policies for JF there. I feel like that falls out of student engagement's realm and more into the enrollment side of things. That's the GH is really around enrollment. The aspects that are included are around the denial of admission. So it does get into some of our student engagement discipline kinds of things, but the core of the policy is really around enrollment. And so I just provided those as reference points, not that I'm recommending that to be adopted today or through this process, but hopefully in a future date to make sure that we have policy around the denial of admission.
So the board is not looking at adopting policy JF or is that JFE is an exhibit?
Correct.
Okay, that will come maybe at a future point in time. All we are asking is repeal JHD.
Correct.
Okay, with that, board members, some of this was presented in the at the work session, and the board did not have an opportunity to look at it at that time at length. This followed the same steps that I mentioned with policy BG. Board members provided feedback that was communicated to administration, and they took in that revisions, and several of those revisions were incorporated, including the formatting, spelling, grammar errors, all those things. Director Ott.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge again that the work you did and others did on these policies after we had input, and I know I had a number of critiques for all kinds of things in here, and then some suggestions too on content. And I appreciate everything from the reorder of the and the renaming of the policies to consideration of those items. So thank you for the work.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any further? Director Nelson.
I just want to make sure I'm tracking. We're repealing JHD tonight, but some of that information is in another policy that we maybe need to adopt later?
Yes, I didn't want to recommend repealing that and not bring it to the board's attention that some of that information aligned to CASB is in a different policy.
That we'll need to adopt later?
Yes, correct, at a future time.
So are we going to have a hole for however long, and do we need to wait to repeal it till we actually adopt the new one? Or
is there anything in policy JHD that if we are repealing at this point in time is going to impact?
The denial of admission is spelled out in state statute, and so a lot of the thinning of language was pulling out state statute. So I think that, you know, we're going to follow that, and that operational part of it is going to be followed, and we're going to recommend and know what we're doing. But yes, there wouldn't be a policy, D11 policy, that helps spell that out for families, you know, public-facing documents through a policy.
Okay, but it is in state statute.
Correct.
And so
Yes.
we're just being kind of repetitive by having it in policy anyways. Okay, thank you for explaining that. And just also thank you to the team for raising these to that higher level and pulling the operation stuff out. And thank you, Dr. Melpackham, for all the hard work you put in collaborating.
Thank you. Director Carey.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around how best these things are written without operational details, so it may be that these questions are not good. If I'm looking at policy JH, one thing that we've talked a lot about in work sessions, I guess two things I would say, is number one, that parents need to know as soon as possible if it is determined that the kid is not in class when they are supposed to be. There is some language along these lines. Let me make sure I'm looking at the exact language here. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I had this pulled up and then I scrolled away. Here we go. It just says that the parents of the student receiving an unexcused absence will be notified orally or in writing. I'm wondering if we need to strengthen that language to make it clear that that has to be done quickly. And then the other thing I would, and this is the part where the distinction between operations and not operations is not always clear to me. Do we need in our policy to specifically task administration with a method of accountability of you need to develop a way so that, you know, at the start of class we know who's there, who isn't there, communications are sent out as soon as possible. Is that something that in policy we need to specifically ask for?
I feel like that's getting
saying?
more in the details, and that is something that we can absolutely
Gotcha.
address and make clear through training and documentation and making sure that those practices are happening at the school level.
Okay.
You know, we're so ultimately accountable to the metric that comes from any of these policies that it certainly could not happen, But I think if we get to a place where I'm standing here in defense of, well, I own regulation and I don't have to do that, and our attendance continues to fall off a cliff, then we have a whole different problem. So I do think there is an expectation in each of these policies that the regulations that we put forth are going to meet the lofty objective of that, and without just magic fairy pixie dust that says, oh, great, attendance went up, and kids' parents weren't notified and it went up anyway. So, yeah. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Nicole.
and I would just chime in with what Matt Cook said last week, that's where you can ask for those executive limitations or those guardrails. As you're putting a policy into place, we wouldn't write that in policy, but we would tell the superintendent, as you write that regulation, our expectation is that it includes X, Y, Z. So in your example of parents will be notified orally or in writing, if you have a timely manner that you want included in that, you would just task the superintendent, letting him know we want a timely manner component when you're writing up that regulation.
So I guess I don't know when it's appropriate to have that conversation, but I would just ask my fellow board members, in our many now conversations about absence, there's a lot of us that feel very strongly that there are certain things that really need to be done by school administration. So I don't know at what point we have that process, but that may be something we want to start thinking about as we kind of rapidly approach summer break.
Well, to your point that you are making, Director Carey, this might be an opportunity that we provide that feedback if the board is comfortable with that. What you are talking about in a timely manner, as he goes about developing this regulation over the summer, if it's the collective will of the board, we can provide that at this opportunity. So you heard Director Carey informing parents in a timely manner of unexcused absences. Is that the will of the board at this time? 1, 2, 3, I see. Okay, great. So as you develop those regulations,
absolutely,
Superintendent Goff,
thank you.
just make sure that, you got the message. Director Bankus.
So in reading this and thinking about notifying parents, to me that comes down to not only a regulation, but in the student handbooks that are given out. And in many schools, and again, most of my experience is in elementary, and in many schools, there is an opportunity for not only the parents to receive the handbook, which would spell out these kinds of specifics and how they will be notified and the accountability, but there's a response required from parents by indicating that they have read and received and accept what is in that handbook as far as expectations for their children to come to school on time, how homework for absences will be handled, and a whole list of things. I'm assuming that we still do handbooks in schools?
Yes.
Good. And I think it'll be taken care of in that. And I think that the metrics that we've seen demonstrated in our time together is going to include absences, tardies, and choosing that as a priority and making sure our kids are in school. And I think we made that clear in all the discussions that we've had. So I look forward to keeping our board policies at this level and translating through administration down to the school level accountability.
Director Nelson.
Similar to Dr. Carey, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time or if it would be future agenda items, but I just wonder when we would then expect to have the conversation about what the metrics will be, and then when the board would hear back, like is it, at the end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter, and then I'm not an expert, obviously, in attendance or running a school, so I'm relying on the superintendent and his team to come up with those metrics that make sense. Like, we're going to improve attendance and tardiness by 2%. I don't know. I'm not going to make that up. I'm going to rely on you to tell us, and then when that would report back, and then more of like as a FYI, and here's how we're planning to tackle it type of.
Yeah, I think they're in concert as the board decides upon a summer retreat, which I would assume will build some priorities for next year, and those metrics in the same way that we built the academic goals that the board adopted as board goals. They came from the subject matter experts of, we want to increase reading by 45% next year. Well, that's great. That's just not realistic, but I think that's the negotiation and of the strategies of which we're able to bring to bear. We hope to be able to bring strategies. We'll certainly be working on them on the data we're collecting here in the waning weeks and over the summer. We'll have those main strategies ready, but I do think that we should settle on at a retreat, not just in attendance, but what are the KPIs or the board goals from a metric perspective.
Great.
And if that's informed to the administration, we'll come with some recommendations as, maybe as a part of my end of year eval and the build out for next year and the board goals. But that's kind of the way I see that as well,
Okay,
which is
that sounds
we're
great.
not going to sit here and just wait for you all to pick a number out of thin
No,
air. That
and we
doesn't make
shouldn't.
sense. It's a partnership between a senior governance team and then the power of the administration.
Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you.
So just, we have some clarity too. We have a board retreat scheduled on June 5th. By that time, you would have some type of feedback to the board on this topic.
On this topic, yes. And if there are other things that you would like us to provide feedback, if we could get clarity on that here by the end of the week, since that's less than a month from now.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
And some other topics, if you need a little bit of time over the summer to develop, we can certainly bring it back in early August, the first time we
Absolutely.
meet after we come back. But the intent is that the Superintendent Gall is going to develop a robust set of regulations that is going to reflect the board priority of improved attendance in our schools. And then we are going to periodically monitor that with those monitoring reports. And the board can say whether that has to be a quarterly report or whether it is going to be every semester report. Maybe it's a quarterly report that is sent via email. It's posted on our SharePoint board website for us to see it. And then every semester we get a work session on that topic. We can discuss all that at the board retreat. Director Hafley.
Just a quick question about the student handbook. Is it online or is it an actual handbook?
At school level, it varies.
It varies.
Yes.
Do we put an importance on, hey, this is the student handbook and you're going to be held accountable to that?
So we also have a district code of conduct that sits on the policy page. So a lot of the school handbooks are based off of that. And so that's on the kind of follow up with after we get through what next steps are in terms of attendance and discipline policy. So that will have to be looked at as well in the future, but after we know where the policies are kind of finalized at.
I know we used to have paper handbooks that we would hand out to the kids, and when you hand them out to them, they paid more attention to them than here's the link. I get it's more expensive.
Yes.
I understand that, but at the same time, people don't go to links.
And that
like
might
they
be
do.
part of the, the strategy, operationalizing of it, of maybe it is electronic the first time, but if we're seeing, deficiencies from students and families, then maybe it's the sit down with a hard copy and highlighting of things so we could incorporate some things like that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, seeing no further comments or questions from the board, I'm just going to summarize some of what the board feedback has been after sitting through work sessions on this topic, and also for the community to be aware what the intent of this board is. And if I'm not capturing properly the will of the board, I'm sure board members will chime in at this time. The board has kind of put a stake on the ground, not kinda, the board has put a stake on the ground that attendance is a area that we want to seriously address. And the superintendent has been directed by this board at this point in time to develop a set of regulations or a regulation, a clear regulation that is going to improve student attendance in school district level. He is going to develop the metrics along the way with board input during the board retreat. But the intent is that we monitor attendance on a regular basis, and this attendance is going to be a consistent expectation at least all levels of schools. Elementary schools all have the same attendance implementation plan and direction. Same thing with middle schools and same thing with high schools. That each school this is not left to the will of individual schools, but it's going to be collectively directed by the district and the superintendent. We want to improve, we want to address tardiness and chronic absenteeism, all those things up there, and also attach some teeth to consequences that come with it. A regular prompt communication to the parents on this topic, and if certain things need legal proceedings for truancy and things like those are things that are addressed too. Is there anything that I missed, board, on this topic, summarizing the will of the board? Okay, thank you. Can I have a consent that, can I, by show of thumb, see if this can be all moved to consent? Okay, thank you. With that, we move to the next set of policies, with this policy AC, GB, AA, JB, JBB. These are all related to non-discrimination, harassment, equal opportunity, and my understanding is that certain changes in the law, or Superintendent Gall will address it, but an audit was conducted, and I see our ombudsperson out here, Ms.
Yeah, Natasha, can you come forward? Sure. Thanks.
Yeah, I won't mispronounce your last name, so I'll
No
go with,
problem.
yeah.
Can you
introduce
pronounce
yourself.
it for
This
the
is
board,
the first
please?
time you've been in front of the board.
Grab the
Yes,
If you can
great to see you. Natasha
lower the
Kaonohi.
microphone.
Oh,
There you go.
there you go. Natasha Kaonohi. Say that again. Kaonohi. Kaonohi.
Kawanohi.
Kawanuki.
Pretty good.
Okay.
That would be perfect.
Go ahead.
All right, so yep, policies AC to accompany regulations for AC 1 and 2, policy GBAA, policy JB, policy JBB, and its accompanying regulation are all up for revision and or newly drafted in the case of ACR2. Essentially identical to CASB recommended policies. The only deviations affect policy AC and the accompanying regulations, and policy JBB, excuse me, and the accompanying regulation. And the deviations there are additional language that is required by that voluntary compliance plan that the district entered into in 2019, which is still working towards completion. So those deviations were a request that we add language reiterating the appeal process availability to both complainant and respondent in any of the harassment procedures, and reiterating the ability to move from the informal process and procedure to the formal procedure at any point in time in any of the harassment investigation procedures. And then finally specifying my name and contact information as the compliance coordinator for all of the non-discrimination and harassment procedures. And aside from that, I know that the formatting is atrocious and there's several grammatical errors. Those will all be revised, and the changes will be made to the regulations to align with the policies well with enough time for you guys to review prior to approval.
Okay, just for your awareness, thank you, and I'll turn it over to the board. Director Art sent me an email with certain specific formatting and spelling and grammar errors, but with the plethora of emails that I received, somehow I missed her email in one of those things. So that formatting, so that wasn't communicated to you. I think it was communicated in the last minute, so those will come, the suggestions, the formatting issues that Director Art raised up, it will be corrected before this returns as action item.
Correct.
Okay. It doesn't, if I remember right, it doesn't substantially change anything more. And Director Art can speak more to that. Director Art.
Thank you. I guess my biggest concerns about these are the regulations, and I mentioned before the language flips back and forth in the regulations between ombudsman, superintendent, and decision maker. And the decision maker, according to the second regulation, is the superintendent, et cetera. There's just some issues where things are not aligned. And I don't know if we
have to approve these particular regulations. And if we don't, that's all, you all figure that out in your own time. But there's some serious issues there that they need to be fixed up if we are to vote on them.
Well, regulations, unless there is a legal requirement, I don't think we need to approve these regulations. But the point that Director Ott is making is valid. If you can...
We'll take it for input.
Perfect.
It's not our intent to be confusing and contradictory in regulation. I think the challenge is this district seeks to deliver on the very serious board goals that we have in place in a 400 policy system with X number of regulations behind it. We can become the actual bureaucracy that we're trying to not be in action. So it is our intent, and we will get through these. Each time we go through one of these policies and come up with a truncated version, we will seek to have a much cleaner and clearer regulation to support that.
Okay. Seeing no further question, the feedback that I'm hearing from the board is with the alignment that Director Ott talked about and the formatting and the grammar, spelling errors that she did forward to me, which has been sent to you. If you can adopt all that and incorporate all that into the set of policies, with that, is the board ready to move this to consent? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Wow. We moved through this. Well, the regulations do not need to be adopted by the board, do not need to be approved by the board. So it would only be the policies that will move to consent and not the regulations, unless there is a legal requirement. I know that DAC policies has a regulation that the board has to approve, but I don't think this one is one of them. So only the policies will move to consent, not the regulations. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Appreciate it. Okay. We're still not at 10 o'clock, and we got through this policy discussion efficiently and effectively, and I do want to thank my board colleagues for helping me through with this process and also coordinating with me and getting all your concerns, and the administration again in addressing it. Future agenda item requests, moving on. Director Carey.
I know this is the subject of a future work session, but since Superintendent Gall requested that if there were other things we wanted to potentially talk about at the retreat, to bring them up. If we're going to be, I may not be at that retreat because I'll be traveling to Wisconsin for a wedding, but if we're going to be talking about the regulation for attendance, it would not surprise me if this board also wants to dig into the regulations for discipline. Just because, like I mentioned in my board member report, that was one of the things that all three of our employee groups agreed upon as needing serious addressing by the board. And it may be that, you know, the work session covers all that we want to cover, but it also may be that there's work to still be done at a retreat. So I would just submit that it seems likely to me that that's something that we may want to talk about.
And we'll certainly take that into consideration, and Superintendent Gall will take that too. If he's got time to develop some type of regulation and metrics that he can, after next week's work session, be ready by June 5th, he can certainly bring that up in the 20 days. If not, like we talked about, he will develop something during the summertime and have it ready to go, and it will be shared with the board as early as he can during the summer and in early August. Is the board comfortable with that? What Director Carey brought up, just wanted to get a thumbs up on talking about the regulations, if it's ready in the board retreat on June 5th. You have another one, Director Carey?
Yeah, June 5th was, I think, what we're targeting. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I know we're going to talk about it at a work session, so to some extent I'm projecting further, but since Superintendent Gall asked for other things for the retreat to be brought up now, that's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Okay, thank you. Going on to the calendar review, Wednesday, May 15th, we have a work session. We may potentially have special meeting just with an executive session if necessary, based on if we need to address some things that come out of employee group negotiations at that Wednesday, May 15th. So that's a potential possibility, but we have a work session in which the end of the year STAR testing data will be presented, and we will also have the student sounding board coming with a recommendation to the board, and we will also hear from a student who did some.
We're not positive on the rest of that agenda, so I would stop.
What's that?
We're not positive on the rest of that agenda,
okay,
other than the first two items.
Okay, first. Okay, we will, at least those two items will come up. And then we do have graduations the following week, and as such, we will not have a board meeting that week. And then May 29th, we have a work session and a special meeting. In that special meeting, we'll have an executive session. Just so the board is aware, I will send you an email before then, and that special meeting will be about the superintendent end of the year evaluation. June 5th is not a work session, it's a board retreat at this time. And June 12th, hopefully, would be our last regular board meeting for this school year. So we can have a break the rest of the June and the whole month of July, and we'll reconvene again in August. If emergencies come up and we need to have additional board meeting in June, I'll keep you informed. That's the calendar review. Seeing no further business. Director Bankus.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that I will not be in attendance on May 29th. I'll be traveling.
Okay, you can let me know, and like I said, it'll be a superintendent evaluation, and if you can complete that evaluation beforehand, then you may not have the necessity to participate in it. Seeing no further business, if there are no objections, this meeting will adjourn at 9:31 p.m.